There it is. As long
I
as I have
wonder,
this.
are we live? How do you do this? How do you do this? All right. Okay, we are live. Welcome everybody to Arm Wrestling Showcase number 28. And yeah. So we've got some special guests with us.
There it is.
We've
As
got
long as I have this.
a return
Are we
from
live?
okay.
Do this.
Amateur hour. Hold on.
All right. Okay, we are
Just
live.
me. All right, man. Okay, so we got Don Mormon in the house. What's up, Don?
Hey,
He's
got the
doing
Blair
some
Witch Project.
flooring over at his pad. We've got Todd Calazo back with us. What's up, Todd?
How are you guys?
And yeah, very, very good. Good to have you. We've got Shaildhish. Ray, can you tell me how I say your last name? Is Ray?
It's Rye. It's Rye. Yeah.
Right.
Rye.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Yep.
All right. So yeah, it's really good to have you on here, Shaildhish. Shaildhish is, well, first off, can you guys hear that beeping from messages coming in or something?
No.
No?
No.
Okay,
No.
good. Because it's kind of annoying. All right, so Shaildhish, you came into our arm wrestling team here in Southern California, Alpha Empire. I want to say a little over 2 years ago, was it?
Yeah. By now it's been 3 years. So it was October of 2020. First time I started. Yep.
And then you abandoned us in
And then I moved up to the north. Yeah, sadly, but no, I really was thankful and am thankful I started with you guys, and that's why, I try and come down every so often just because um, I'm sure you guys get this, you and Todd, and of course everybody who practices with the team. Like as a newcomer, you you can't really get any better than the variety of people that you have at Alpha Empire practices. You have like so many different levels of experience, different sizes of hands, of people, all that kind of stuff. So, um, yeah, I think it's an excellent place to start, obviously, and then to grow as well.
right. Yeah, and we've never stopped considering you Alpha Empire. You're always rocking the shirt and
Of course,
coming
yeah.
down for events down here. Yeah, you were definitely one of my favorite guys to practice with. Very articulate and very
Shaildhish, how far did you move north?
I'm in the East Bay. I'm in like San Ramon, so the Livermore practices at Matt's place. I'm maybe about 20 minutes from there.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll
Yeah.
probably have I seen you over there?
Yeah,
Probably
yeah.
not.
I think once at one of the big practices. Um, but
Uh,
there was a whole bunch of people, and I think we might have just missed an opportunity to grip up. Also,
right.
I was actively avoiding you, so that table you're at, I was like, okay, I'm not feeling too strong right now, so I'll just go beat up on some new guys, and then I'll feel good. So that's also what I was doing.
it's the handlebar mustache, man.
Yeah,
Too much power.
yeah,
So one of the things that definitely stood out to me, not just during your time down here training with us, but the few times that I've seen you since gotten on the table, is you've walked the correct path, I feel like, in your training, because every single time we've gripped up, you're a little bit stronger and you're a little bit better. And that's, to me, that's the path to follow, is to take those small steps to constantly be improving both on the strength side and the practice of it, the technique, all of that. But every single time there's just improvement. And I can't say the same for a lot of people that come to practice often. It could be the way they're practicing, how they're running their training. I don't know, but you definitely seem to run a good path. And well, before we get too deep, I would like you to get into your background in arm wrestling and everything. But the thing I want to put out there right away is I'm really looking forward to talking about your website. Okay. And that's part of the reason I reached out to you to come onto the show. Your website called Armwrestling Praxis, which is super awesome. I gave it a very thorough read through when you posted about it. And it's got so much information for new arm wrestlers and people that might just be interested in the sport. Such good breakdowns. It's needed out there, and I love that there's going to be this hub for that. So can you start from the beginning? What got you into arm wrestling and kind of lead us up until this point and starting the website and stuff?
Yeah. So in 2019, that was I think the first video I had seen anything arm wrestling as a sort of organized sport, and it was one of Devin's videos, as many people do. But I think I just got interested because it seemed to me that there was so much more than what you usually encounter when you arm wrestle, just the classic stuff that we see uh casual people doing just straight to the side.
Yeah.
There's all these things with the hand and wrist, right? So there's immediately this like complexity that it could kind of get from it. And then I think arm wrestlers, like once we get that, we kind of go down a certain rabbit hole. Like we talk about getting bit by the bug, like when you actually start arm wrestling. I think that also happens for a lot of people when you just start to just view arm wrestling, and maybe you haven't even been to a practice. I think there's uh there's that part of it as well, and that certainly happened for me. I was just After that, I just constantly started watching, and I wanted to. This was 2019, and I really wanted to uh finally go to a practice, see what I could do, see what it actually felt like to be on a table. Um, but just around that time, I had a few other commitments, and that's right when all the lockdown stuff hit in 2020. So um, I had to postpone it a little bit until later that year, and that's when October 2020, I came out to your guys' practice. Uh, Derek was the first person I ever gripped up with on a table, and he's showing me, "Don't break your arm, don't do this." And I was like, "Okay, okay," so he's given the whole safety thing that you and I've heard like 1,000 times that he gives to new guys, and yeah, I gripped up with a few of you guys. I think you were actually one of the first people I gripped up with, and I remember thinking because I had been watching arm wrestling stuff, I was like, okay, I don't know what this is going to be like, but maybe I have some idea, right? Like, I know a little bit about the hand and wrist, and I tried some exercise, so maybe, I've got a little something. And I gripped up, I remember, with some of you guys, and I was just like, oh no, no, no. Like it just felt so different from what I had imagined. Which is why I was hooked into it right then, I think, because one, I liked the sensation of it, but two, it was like there's so much more, right? And ever since then, ever since 2020, I've just trying to been trying to, attend as many practices as I can, get, like you said, get better slowly. I've been a big gym guy for a very long time, so I like that aspect of it. That apart from practice, you can do all these isolated movements to get yourself stronger. So yeah, I think that's basically it. Been a good journey so far.
Absolutely.
Very cool. Very cool.
Yeah, you brought up a couple interesting points for me. One, I never really thought about getting the bug before like going to like a real practice. Usually that's the way I've always related it is, showing up to a tournament or, going to a real practice and like getting your mind blown by how much more the sport is. But when you mentioned that, I feel like it might have been like the same thing for me too. Kind of
Yeah.
watching there is a lot out there on YouTube that does kind of, blow your mind a
I
bit.
think I think us as arm wrestlers, I can't make a huge generalization, but the more I get to know more people, I think all of us are just generally very analytical. And so when we see that side of things, um, with something like a strength sport, I think it really activates something in our minds.
Right.
And I think there's this immediate affinity. At least it was for me, and just from a lot of people I talked to, it was similar. And if you look at a lot of the fans right now, some of the newer guys who are coming in, it's actually the case for them too, I think, because a lot of them haven't actually, if you talk to them, they haven't actually been to a practice or they haven't actually arm wrestled, but they're keeping up with everything. Like,
Right.
not just all the big matches and stuff. Like, they can talk to you about, hey, yeah, the cup is important and pronation, this is rise, and they'll like talk to you about it as if uh they had been arm wrestling. So it is kind of an interesting thing, right?
Yeah, it's so important and good to see that, because that means that this niche sport is creating a fan base, that there is a fan base, because that's always been the biggest differentiation to me between our sport and like baseball and stuff like that. Granted, there's a lot of differences. A huge one for me is the fact that a good majority of the fans that watch baseball and watch football, they understand those sports.
Yeah.
So when the ref is making certain calls, when they're doing certain things, with certain plays and the way they're running things, like, people get it, and that's kind of what makes it exciting and interesting to follow.
Yeah.
So that's
So
a really cool factor.
yeah, that's really cool that you said that, Kane, because so like we've talked about this many times, and I don't want to get long-winded, but we come from a baseball family, and the thing that's helped me help Elijah when I learned from you guys, from Derek, from Ricky, Lorenzo, Johnny, Derek number two, um, in tandem with all the different videos that are online, and you can really get a lot of good information. And then you have to have, discernment. Hey, that's good for him where he's at, maybe not so good for a beginner. And so I'm learning all this, but baseball is an analytical sport. It's not just swinging a bat. It looks like one motion. It is one motion, but it's broken down into 7 or 8 parts that people never understand, that when these kids or these grown adults go to a batting cage and they're working with their coach, they are working on each little tiny thing to make that swing complete so they can perform in a game, right? And so arm wrestling is the same thing. And so that's why I'm so intrigued and so in love with it. And I've been taking my coaching experience from baseball and just incorporating it with a newfound love that I have for this sport for Elijah. So it's really cool.
And those
Really cool.
factors really show in Elijah as well, because yeah, like you said, there's steps in a swing. And we have the same steps in arm wrestling, and a lot of times it might be containment of some sort for your step one,
Yep.
and you're working these steps all the way to the pin pad. It might start defensive or whatever. And that is one thing that definitely stands out for me with Elijah, is that he was very quick. I don't know if that was a big part of your focus with him, but he was very quick to turning these into fluid.
Yeah.
Movements. So it's not just his like total hit, but if he gets stopped, his adjustments are very, very fluid and very quick.
Yeah,
So
I only got to practice him with him that one time, but I remember kind of the same thing. I remember just from the start his coordination
right.
with that hit. I was really impressed by, because that I actually think that is a very difficult thing for a lot of people to get down at the start, is the coordination. It's not even necessarily like, for me, that was the hardest thing, I should say. And for a lot of people that it starts with this, it initiates with this, but the rest of this has to then very quickly become accessed, in order to execute the move properly, safely, and efficiently.
Right.
And it's
It's
a
fast
very,
switch.
yeah, it's a
Fast
difficult thing to, yeah, I think
baseball.
that's his
Baseball is fast switch.
exactly. It might come from
Action.
that. And slow guys like me, slow people like me have a tough time with it, because although, I can understand doing this, like, and be very strong with this, I'm not so fast as to coordinate it all together, right? And so it's great that he was able to pick that up early on. It's so important for arm wrestling.
This may be a super big generalization, but in terms of the people that have come in and out of our team and everything like that, it definitely seems that those that have a sports background and even like dancing or gymnastics backgrounds, they seem to take to those coordinations quite quickly because they're used to athletically incorporating all these movements and dynamics and stuff like that. And the ones that I typically have the most trouble with breaking down and kind of like getting progress in those fluid motions is typically those that primarily only have, like, say, bodybuilding backgrounds. They could come in like jacked, super strong, but like zero athletic, sports or anything like that. And so a lot of that stuff is foreign, and it does have to occur a little bit slower. What exactly was your background, Shaildhish?
Before I was doing this, I actually mostly did powerlifting. So
That's pretty
um
dynamic, though. Yeah.
yeah, so I would say a degree of coordination, but
Yep.
so many of those movements are lower body. And
Mhm.
I'll tell you the biggest thing that I felt that was the biggest difference is that uh say with a movement like bench press, like, obviously you have to get the pecs, the back, um everything here involved. But I really think what was very foreign to me was initiating with this, and like, as we know, it's not just that this has to be strong and everything, but this has to initiate. This has to be the start of everything. Um, there were some really funny, and I still do this sometimes when I don't really think properly about the move I'm doing. Especially in the strap, one thing I'll do is, if I really want to fire off, sometimes I forget to once again initiate with this, and I'll do something like this.
Ah,
You see that?
yeah,
And
yeah.
and I think that's sort of a carryover from powerlifting and being so involved with these big muscle groups that instead of doing this, right, I should have been doing this or this, initiating with this. So, yeah, I did powerlifting, and I actually don't regret it at all because I think it builds that base, especially for kind of the style that I like to pull in. Uh, I like to go inside when I can. I've been doing more outside stuff lately, but I like the feeling of getting these big muscles involved, and I think powerlifting, so much of the time that I spent doing that built those up. And then before I did that, when I was in high school, I did wrestling. So
Okay.
there's a little bit from there as well. But um, yeah, arm wrestling, I think it's all of these things do help to some degree, but it is a very unique and special kind of set of movements and actions when you get more and more advanced. Right? Because it at the end of the day, it's a specialized sport, just like with anything, right? And you learn that there are certain movement patterns that have to be practiced um, over others, I guess.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's a endlessly interesting path. It is. You no matter how good you get, you'll always be learning. There'll always be another level. And that's what makes it super fascinating and fun for me, I think, for a lot of people as well. We
I'm
do,
still learning too.
yeah. And you're the man. Yeah, you're the man,
He's
dude.
learning and teaching,
Yeah,
giving out
yeah.
Well,
lessons.
me myself, I feel I need more work in a strap, so I kind of messed around with the guys last weekend a little more, just kind of setting up in a strap, seeing what's going on with that. I still feel like I want more though.
Yeah. Yeah. You're a hand guy, and it's one of those things where, yeah, you just got to get good in the straps if you're a hand dude, I think. Once people know that you got a catcher's mitt for a hand and you're strong there, they're going to want to go somewhere else. And then you got to know what to do in the straps too.
Right.
Don, are you mostly outside? Because sometimes at practice I've seen you kind of hook in like this, but you're not fully fledged forward. Do you kind of like going both ways?
Yeah, it kind of depends on the individual that I'm arm wrestling, I guess. You know, I guess it almost happens sometimes automatic. In other words, when I put pressure on someone's wrist and it doesn't seem like it's going right, moving much. It's like I draw in anyway into a hook, instead of staying with the top and opening myself up too much. I'm trying not to. What I'm trying not to do is open myself up, because that's always making yourself weaker. You know, against your opponent, he's getting advantage if he's not, and you're opened up. So, and it's real easy to do when you're top pulling, and a hook guy kind of stops that, you might say. And I'm not saying that I couldn't power through it, but what little I separate, it makes me turn in. So, um, because I still, I still have, I guess, that power or whatever in my hand to redirect
Yeah.
that pressure,
Yeah.
before I don't know if I'd actually lose it. I don't know sometimes if I'd actually carry through and take someone's hand. Those things you never know, because when it comes to this sport, a lot of times, you're this close to almost losing your wrist, and probably the other guy is too. So you just never know. Sometimes it's one of those things where, put it this way. Sometimes when you're practicing, you go up to a guy and, you just kind of, I won't say nonchalantly start pulling the guy, but you're not really putting the full effort into it, and the guy pulls you over. And then you go, well, I gotta put more into that now, in order to stop him now. So sometimes I think that happens even in a tournament where maybe you weren't thinking about this or that, or even what we call sleeping at the start or something like that, and you get sidetracked, and you end up getting caught and you get taken over pretty easy. So um it's just, there's a lot of little things to focus on, and always try and tune, and even then when you get on the table with another opponent, um it just, sometimes it's just not there. Your head is thinking about something else, and I don't know if sometimes when you do that, the other opponent is feeling something that you're not maybe even thinking about too, and it doesn't go your way. So, and sometimes they're just stronger than you. So um but it's the guys that you lose against that actually should make us all strive to try and come back and do better against that person. And I'm not even saying necessarily win, but it's still a good feeling when you go against someone that's stronger than you like that, and they take you over, like you didn't show up even, I mean, and then you go again and you stop them, even though you lose, you stopped them. That's improvement.
Mhm.
And so, and then the next time you might actually stop them and bring them back, and things, but that'll be a really hard battle. But it's those really hard battles where sometimes you have to dig deep in order for that win. And and uh and it's kind of, when I say that dig deep, it's kind of like when I have my wife timing me for static or something, and I tell her, tell me when it's that last 10 seconds. Because if I don't know it's that last 10 seconds, I might give in. But when I know I got 10 seconds, not only do I want to do that 10 seconds left, I want to go past that. So I start doing, and start letting it out. And those are the things when you got to dig deep at the table too. sometimes to pull off a win, you know. And I think Kane, I think you've done that yourself quite a few times. I've watched it where you go up there and you dig deeper and you come out with a win, or at least take them over and they slip or something, but you were there, you know. And I've seen you do it. So there's always a little extra step that you can get in there, and all those little extra steps make a big difference on everything in this sport anyway.
Absolutely. Well put. Yeah, I feel like all of us to some degree apply strength through response. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
And you really notice that more in practice, like you said, when you know someone's giving you a little more pepper, you start giving a little more pepper, and it does apply in a real competitive sense, because sometimes we don't even know how far we can dig, you know, how deep we can dig until we're actually tested to that point. And then yeah, psychological factors really come into that as well. But and going back to your question, Shaildhish, from an outside perspective, Don, to me, you've always seemed like you live in the high hook range to respond either a little lower or a little higher, depending on what's going on. But yeah, you're always
I prefer
the way you did it, Shaildhish, is very
I prefer, I guess, what we call a fast win, punch in the pad.
yeah, right.
And that's probably, you know, what I'd like to do, but the pressures aren't always there to do it.
Yeah.
You know, so it's still, I mean, I fell away from it so long, you know. I lost a lot of muscle and stuff, and I mean, I'm getting it back. I don't know if I'll ever get back where I was, but I'm still enjoying it, and I'm it's kind of new to me again, almost. Just for the fact of everybody else knows more too now. Um, you know, it did change. It's more in depth. I mean, even like the site that he created, and getting into detail of muscles used and that type of thing. You know, that we weren't really doing that type of stuff even back then. It was still just a meet in the garage pole, and you know, that kind of thing. And that was kind of pretty much about it. You know, you learned what you did in the garage, and that's it. And people didn't talk even as much. Hey, people didn't even talk even back then, I don't think, as much as they do now. So you didn't have all the videos or internet and all that going on. So it's everything is so much different. It's kind of golden now, I guess, you know.
Yeah. I do want to say hello to River Welch. He's in the chat saying what's up, and he says his arms are still sore from pulling with you, Don.
Well, I am too. I did put another workout in between, but I am still sore. So yeah, River's good top puller. He's got a good hand.
Come on down, River, to the Kringle pull, December 9th. Let's get some pulling in. We'd love to see you kick some butt in that tournament. And so I want to lead into the website right now. I just want to ask one interesting question to you guys, and I think Don's answer is going to be very different since he started quite a bit before us. So we were talking about the YouTube thing, Shaildhish. We were talking about the arm wrestling bug. So starting with you, Shaildhish, who was it on YouTube that first, you know?
I think like I mentioned, I think it was I had seen Devin, and there was sort of that immediate draw, but I really don't think I got fully pulled in until I started watching John Brasink. Like
John Brasink, okay.
Because and I know exactly the video too. I think it was I know it was the Brasink and Dennis match in 2009. It was just incredible. If like I can remember it like perfectly in my head. Just this, not too big looking guy, just hooking in this big giant, then can opening, then hooking back in, then going into it was just like, it was unbelievable to see. So I think for me, it was really watching Brezink.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, Todd.
Yo, it was Devin.
Devin. Okay.
I mean, I mean, I
Well,
saw
let's
this
step
guy arm
deeper.
wrestle.
Yeah. What part of
Yeah.
Devin? Like, what
Yeah.
video?
Well, I mean, Devin everywhere. The WAL, you know what I mean? Just going on his antics, the different type of characters, the super matches against Travis. Then I saw the John Brezink, documentary, and then guess who was watching all this with me?
Mm.
Elijah. And then finally, and you know the story, I won't say it again, but then I met Tony at my job picking up some floor, and he gave me the Derek info, and then it's history. And so now Elijah is 9 months in, and he's doing his first tournament this weekend, and he's been sick this week, so the weight drop has been pretty easy. He's a,
Hey,
He's doing.
take
hey,
it where you can get it.
just a little side note, because I like to talk too much. My wife will admit it for sure. It is this is I think this is going to be the only time that we cut weight with Elijah, because he started cutting weight at 162, which is not a lot of weight to cut. We get to 154. We probably didn't do it exactly right, but we didn't starve him or anything. But we cut out a few things, some sugar juices and stuff like that. And he's already at 154, so we got to be careful tomorrow. Michael Brown gave me a lot of good advice on proper weight cut for the next time, but I don't know. I think after this, we're just, hey, go up a weight class, take your lumps, and just start getting bigger, and let's start aiming for 17, 18, 19 years old and see what kind of muscle we could put on that frame.
Is
You
he
know,
is he doing a kids division, or is it amateurs?
so he's doing the 13 to 15
Okay.
year olds.
Nice.
We're not sure how that's going to be populated, but whether it's populated or not, he's going to do the 154 amateurs as
Very
well.
nice. Yeah.
Because I want him
yeah.
to get
gonna-
active. Because if the kids don't have it, they cancel it. That's
The
one
tournament
thing.
table time is important anyway.
Yes, and I just wanted to get him that experience, man. We're looking to have a lot
You know,
of
when
fun.
it comes to just being on the table, it's really important.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
I'm
and the
definitely,
experience.
I'm definitely more partial to where you're leaning from here going forward. As long as he's healthy, he's a growing kid. He's going to keep growing. I don't think it would be too healthy to cut. This one he's making, it's a small cut, but
Simple.
right. But he's strong and he's out for experience right now.
Right.
So long as he's, not getting unhealthy to like a super heavyweight, point at a young age, as long as he's feeling good and healthy, I think that's the most important factor.
I could see Elijah. I don't see him as being a super heavyweight. I mean, he's a stocky kid, but he's not like a huge kid. He's a good size kid, but he's not huge. I could see him being a light heavyweight or a heavyweight.
Yeah.
That's 220, 220. My dad, it's funny. He's shaped a lot. I'm not shaped like my dad, but my dad was in his prime, 5'11", 230. And he was a cannonball, just a cannonball with thick fingers, big hands, and just really, he was a cop. Really strong guy, but he wasn't huge. He was just stocky. And I see Elijah has a lot of the same components that he has. He's not really a wide body, but he's kind of like all compact. He's in there, you know what I mean? So I see him looking like what my dad looked like when he was a young man. And I think that's okay.
What do you weigh, Todd?
I'm 240.
240?
Yeah, I'm 6'4", 240.
You're tall.
Damn.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't have any pipe dreams. I pull a little bit with the guys for fun. I have a lot of old injuries. I'm in pain a lot after I pull at practices. Although I will say, no pain.
240.
Hey, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
If it said 6'4", 240, I'd still be saying, "Hey, Todd's with me."
Hey, well, that's different. I'm not worried about anything out there unless you have a gun or something. But whatever. But anyways, but yeah, man. I love this sport, man. I don't know how to say it, man. I'm not trying to be an arm wrestler, but I do like practicing with some of the guys, maybe 3 or 4 pulls. That's all I can tolerate, but it is fun. Derek was telling me, hey, just keep doing it like that. And in about a year or two, maybe you'll develop the ability to sustain and, you know. But yeah, it's cool. I'm there for my son mostly, though. That's my thing. I want to see him succeed and be great if it's possible. If God wills it, then I know that something cool will happen. But this whole thing has really been a beautiful plus for our relationship. We've always had a good relationship, but it's even taken off to another level because now I'm like spending all my time with him now that the baseball player is retired and on his sports journalism journey. Now it's all about Elijah, so it's cool.
Good
And
stuff.
he deserves it. He's a good boy.
Yeah, you're the training you've been giving him, the home practice and everything like that. I think even that is going to subliminally condition you, and you're going to get something out of it within a year's time for sure.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And this, by the way, you guys, I know I post things on Elijah, and I don't post 95% of what we actually do. But if I'm not doing everything exactly right. I know I'm not. I'm learning, and we make corrections. If you guys see something,
Right.
correct me. I mean, because I am way beyond. I can be corrected. I don't take any pride or anything. I know you guys are there to help, and I want to
Right.
do it right. I want to do things right. So if you see something, hey, Elijah looks real strong, but have you ever considered this? Or hey, be careful with how he's doing it like that, because I don't want him to get hurt. You know.
Right.
So yeah, if you guys ever see anything, please, by all means, I want the info. So
Absolutely, man. Yeah. Yeah, it's such a pleasure being a part of his path. It's great. We've got River Slug actually did River Welch mentioned he is going to be coming to the Chris Kringle pull.
All right.
It's good. It's going to be good to see you, brother. So moving that question on over to you, Don. Who was it? Probably wasn't YouTube because you started pulling in what the 90s or the 80s or something.
Yeah, but do you want to find out what kind of, I mean, other than being old and losing muscle, but what kind of made me probably even really look harder at that was knowing that I did arm wrestle before, and I kept seeing that damn whisper on coming up in my ET in my feed, and every time I was watching him, it's like Todd was saying, he was making it fun, and he was, he wasn't doing tournaments at the time or nothing. He was just having fun and arm wrestling everybody and having fun, and he got a big following like that, and I was just taken back of going, wow, man, he's really having fun, and kind of like how we are, we always want to get be a part of that energy kind of thing, and I just started thinking back when I was arm wrestling, and I look in the mirror thinking, man, but I'm a grandpa, and and I looked at the time, and I was like, wow, but I think I would have to owe it to the whisperer constantly in my feed, because once I watched him a couple times, that algorithm gets it going.
Yeah.
And he kept going there and being in my thing, and it's like he was knocking on my door, hey, you gonna come pull? And then the next thing I'm going is, man, I want to take his hand, or at least see if I can, and so anyway, that was kind of the fun of it that brought me back. And like Todd was saying, I'm having fun with it. When people say, oh, I'm going to get you, and it's like, man, I don't care if you do. I'm enjoying it. I'm having fun. It's keeping me in shape. Winning isn't what I'm after. I'm more into like being part of the people. It's definitely, I know you all feel it there when you're in the groups. I know you do.
Absolutely.
And there's definitely a atmosphere that is also addicting. to be around. And but like years ago, when I got into arm wrestling, I didn't have anybody that got me started. What got me started was just I was in my 20s, and I went by the Apricot Festival, which at the time I didn't know it was a pro tournament or open pro tournament, and and I was at the festival, and it's like, well, they're doing arm wrestling. Oh, wow, you can win money. Oh, I'm gonna win some money here, And I thought, well, I'm gonna win some money. Man, I got 2 up and 2 out, and I tucked my tail and I left, and I didn't even think about it again. 10 years later, I went and tried again, and I got my butt kicked again. And at that point, I heard Bill Collins over the announcing, saying that these 2 guys train together. And I go, training? Oh, well, these guys are training for it, because must be doing something, because I feel like I'm losing before I start, and just gripping up with the guys. And so I went ahead and talked to the guys, and I hooked up with Bill and Mike McGraw, and that's how I got started. And then in my day, though, was kind of Fisher and Brzezinski were like the top dudes. And, Fisher was dominating the lower weight classes, and Brzezinski was taking a couple upper weight classes, and taking home a check all the time. And then like he was saying earlier, his look, he kind of, when he was younger, he almost, with the glasses, almost had a John Denver look, to him. And he just looked like that wholesome young guy that you just wouldn't think that he was that powerful, And so, but anyway, I got started by happening on to that there were actually tournaments existing from a fair. And then the second time when I did it, I had the drive to, I want to learn this. I want to learn what you guys are doing, because whatever you're doing, I wasn't liking it. I mean, when I hooked up with those guys and they said, okay, hold it right there, we're going to start. No. What do you mean? No, we were good, right? No, we weren't good. It doesn't feel right. I'm going to lose. I know I'm going to lose. Just because even back then, the guys were doing a lot more back pressure, and you would start matching that. And as long as you were center, they started you. So that's where I think, like a lot of the old guys got into the side pressure so much, was because you were already loading so hard that all you had left was a side hit, And then now that's all different. It's like, man, I want to load, but we can't. They won't allow it. So at least nobody that I've ever pulled allowed it. So I mean, I've gotten fouls for it, loading too hard. So, but that's how it was back in the day, and that's how I started. So, but the comeback was because that whisperer just kept whispering at me.
It's really good.
So thanks, CT, if you ever watch this.
Yeah.
Keep your hand inside your shoulder. That's really
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, that's pretty good, Kane.
Yeah, I know.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
And then you actually pull him in just a practice, and it's there's none of that. He's just talking.
Yeah.
Right.
It's brilliant.
Yeah.
I'm grateful that he brings that to the community.
Yeah.
He
awesome.
brought a lot of outside people to know a little bit about the sport, which is golden, because again, most people don't. They don't know about it. They don't know how critical things can be, how setting up for techniques, how you can use one against another. And then when people say, oh, it's all technique, and I say, hey, if there's a guy stronger than you, he's just going to overpower you no matter how much technique you use. So you can have all the technique in the world, and if the guy's stronger than you, he's probably going to overpower you. and just catch you. So you have to still gain strength. It's not something just to come into learning technique that would get you somewhere, sure, but you got to develop that strength and power to use the technique, you might say.
Hey, you know what? Let me just say this real quick.
Yeah.
Going back to the ET thing, that's funny. Oh, Elijah and I were watching some videos. This was a few months ago, and my older son always razzes Elijah. It's not a sport. It's not a sport. He's messing with him, right? And we're watching ET, and then Anthony stops by, and he's like, "Oh yeah, I know that guy." I'm like, "What do you mean you know that guy?" He's like, "Man, he's on TikTok all over the place. All my friends know who he is. Isn't that crazy?" They
Yeah.
don't follow the sport, but they know who he is. See,
Right.
that's so important.
Yep.
So important.
You know the Whisperer?
Yeah,
Yeah.
they know. And then he tripped out when he saw a picture with Elijah and him, and we're just all taking pictures together at some of the practices, and he thought that was pretty cool. You know, hey Kane, did I tell you that Anthony and Elijah pulled last week?
No, no.
All right, 30 seconds, I promise.
No, it's okay.
Just stop me. Stop me. I'm Puerto Rican. I'll talk all day long. I'll take the show over. It'll be done. Okay, but just 30 seconds. So they grip up in the living room because I asked Elijah, grab him. He's pretty strong. Well, obviously, my son Anthony's got really good connection from his wrist to his forearm and his hand because of baseball, right? So he felt pretty strong to me. And I'm like, Elijah, feel him. I was like, yeah, he's got good connection. He's strong. And then so my son Anthony's like, okay, let's go. Finally, I've been trying to get him to do this so that Elijah can kind of show him it's a sport and look how good your brother's doing, right? So we take the pulley off the table and they get on and I show Anthony what not to do and I give him the little Derek speech. You know, I don't want him to hurt himself. So he's got his elbow in, he's got his hips on the table, he's locked in, he's got his wrist straight, he's gonna get into a cup, right? Get into a hook. That's the way I wanted him to start. So he starts, they go, right? And Elijah, with his arrogant self, and he's not arrogant, but it looks arrogant, he goes into this hold and looks to the other side and starts smiling the way he does. You know how he does. He'll just kind of like, yeah. And then he'll shake his head, nah. And Anthony's like, he's shaking and stuff. It's hilarious, right?
Yeah.
So like, okay, so Elijah, let's show him just a little bit of what this sport looks like. I said, Elijah, top roll him, but don't take him down. So he takes his fingers and he brings them this way. He's gonna bring him back to center. I said, now cup him, get him in a hook, and bring him into yourself, but don't pin him. Right? I said, now go back into a cup and then press him and take him to the pad. And those are just three things. We didn't rise, we didn't back pressure too much, you know, just a little bit when he's taking him to the pad. I just wanted to show my son it's technical, bro. It's not like what you think. It's not this, like most guys think. Even I thought when I was younger, we used to mess around with my friends, you know. And so I think that you know, that garnished a little bit of more respect for what Elijah's been doing in his training. Ultimately, I'm trying to get Anthony to one of the practices. I know he's gonna love it. For his weight class, he's pretty darn strong, you know. So, you know, but I thought that was a pretty neat experience. That happened last week.
Absolutely.
So
just to add, like one thing to both of what you guys said, when it comes to exposing new people, I think what's worked really well is both like what you mentioned about technique, really conveying that there's different elements to how you can move your body to gain an advantage, but then also what Don said in that, okay, you can't just do that against a stronger opponent. So there is strength here, but it's not this strength. It's not your bicep strength necessarily. It's very specific movements here, and that combined with those, you know, technical applications, and not to mention like the entire combat side of it. Like, hey, you might be strong, you might be technical, but if you start up here,
Right.
compared to your opponent, right?
right.
That is a whole different dimension of the game. That when you guys, I'm sure you all see it too. You explain this to new people, and you can kind of see them paying attention and things sort of connecting, and the curiosity starting to build. And I think that's really what I enjoy, and I think we all enjoy it too. Whenever we can do that with newer people, we can expose them to that entire world that we know is so complex, and there's so much to it. Right?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
100%.
Very well put. Yeah, the
Agreed.
strength is applied through the technique.
Yeah.
You know, every technique has to have an element of applied strength coming through that. That's why sometimes I have to remember if I've got a brand new person that I'm working with, and you're trying to show them a certain movement or fundamental or something like that. You have to remember, as the person that's stronger, more trained, and more technical, to, you know, you could tell them to top roll or hook or whatever you want them to do, but if you don't remember to bring yourself down to like 5 or 10% or something like that, they're not going to, you know, complete that movement. And that, to me, that's also proof that strength still needs to be built for them to apply through whatever that move is. But and that's one of the things that I really, really loved about your website, Shaildhish, was the breakdowns. They were really, really good. I'm gonna go ahead and pull it up if I can remember how to screen share here. Let's see. We don't need sound. All right, let's do this. Okay, so let's get rid of you. Okay, so here we are. Can you all see this?
Is that Ricky?
That is Ricky.
That is.
Ricky
Look at that handsome guy.
gracing the cover of the website.
Look at that hair. I'm jealous.
This
Oh,
is
yeah.
this is another thing I wanted to
That's
you know,
your style.
like very very explicitly put, is our guys, you know, all of us in the California scene, we have a lot of good pictures of us, and I really want to showcase that through here, because I think it sort of adds just another dimension to it all. Yeah, so that's Ricky, you know, stonewalling someone, looking good.
Oh yeah, he's got the Elijah smirk going.
Yeah.
Oh man. I
So
tell all the guys, I said, whenever he does that, don't
yeah,
smack him. Smack him. I have no problem with it. Just smack him.
Yeah, Ricky's definitely one of the cool guys.
Great picture choice. And this is I'm guessing this is an Ed Bedrosian photo.
Yep.
Right on. Yeah, Ed Bedrosian's got some of the best photos in this community. All right. So yeah, the website super clean. And yeah, so this would be one particular article, right? Static versus dynamic strength in arm wrestling. And what a perfect subject to talk about. So what brought you to start this website, Shaildhish?
Well, I'd say it was primarily, in the beginning, it was actually kind of selfish, in the sense that the way that I work things out in my own head is through writing. You know, I think that's just the way it works for me. Anything that I've had questions about, like just anything in my life, when I take some time and I write about it and I really try and organize it well, it starts to click for me in the best way. And I wanted to do this with arm wrestling. So I was doing this a few months back just to get my own thoughts about, you know, different techniques and what I actually think about them. And I started thinking too, like, we have a lot of great stuff on YouTube, as far as the entire, like, you know, just YouTube scene, where there's so many videos about so many things. But what I don't see as much of is this written kind of stuff. And I think both have their place, because the YouTube stuff or video is so great for being able to show exactly what you need to, because you have the person and the hand and everything there. So if you're explaining a tactic or whatever, you can just point to the hand and say, oh, you do this and this and this, and you can see it. That's a lot harder to do through written media, right? It's way harder to describe that. But I think that one of the pros that written media has is that these sort of like larger concepts, you can organize a little bit better through this format. And if you're and one thing I also wanted to showcase through this is if you scroll a little bit further up, um, if you scroll up to start here, I I specifically wanted this to be a place where um if you were a new person, right? If you were a completely new beginner, the point of this page is that it takes you in a very sequential manner through the absolute basics of arm wrestling, literally from how to not break your arm to how to find a club to what you should focus on to rehab. Like so if you scroll further down, you'll see the links organized that way. I wanted to make something like this because I think one of the um this is one of the pros of written media. You can do something like this where you can organize in a way where somebody who's new can just look at it and say, okay, this is kind of an efficient way that I can be onboarded into this thing. Um, Now, of
Well,
course,
you're showing too specific muscle groups,
Yeah.
and that alone can make people go, wow, okay, so if you're using those muscles, I need to do this and this and this at the gym, you know, and work those
right.
muscles kind of thing too, you know, and then people might actually want to, I don't know, some people I think still are kind of, I won't say scared to step up to the table. They just want to know something first, you know,
Right.
a little something to feel comfortable, you might say, and without having to physically grab the guy and say, get up here, you know, but uh, I think that showing those muscle groups like that is a good tool for people to search for stuff to do also at the gym instead of just table time. Because when you're doing table time, okay, you're getting this and this, but when you're doing the gym, you can isolate different muscles now groups by things that you're showing. I think that's good stuff.
Absolutely. I'm gonna pull that particular article up in a sec here too.
Mhm.
And if I may add, one of the things that really stood out for me is this expedited format here. You know, when there is a lot out there. We're very spoiled for what we have out on YouTube and everything, and especially here in California, we've got clubs everywhere. But when you are guiding your own path with all this scattered information, it can be hard to make expedited progress.
Right.
Down to the bare basics, like you say here, explaining the world of organized arm wrestling for the curious and uninitiated, or yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And how to stay safe while how do I find a club near me? So yeah, very basic things that people can, like, honestly, for me, if now that I know that this is here and it's got uh written expedited assistance there plus references, this is something that I can link our new guys to and girls that come in
Yeah.
for a first practice, because it doesn't matter how much I show that person and how much, you know, every other veteran on the team shows anybody. It's going to be a lot of mixed information. It's going to be very hard, I think, for a person to collect all that information and apply it. I know that for myself coming in, it took like a year or two before a lot of that advice, and be it from the team or from YouTube or whatever, really started to come together and make sense. And I love, since you are a seasoned arm wrestler and a very articulate writer, Shaildhish, that you have expedited this in one place. It's fantastic. It really is. I literally will be handing this out to a lot of people, you know, and I'm going to tell them, you're going to get a lot of information and it's going to be very overwhelming. Go check this out. Read it. You'll have it. It's always going to be there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I appreciate that a lot. And the point of this is more so to um put something out there that's valuable to the community. But as that happens, right, I want to ensure too that it's there were two main things that I set out when I made this site. One was exactly what we just talked about, expediting this for newcomers. But the second is I really wanted to represent arm wrestling in the way that I and all of us here see it in the best possible way. Because we know just from being involved with it, how much there is to it, whether it's the actual act itself or, as Don was talking about, was so much of the community. And I want that to come across to an absolute, not even a person who really knows about it. Like even an outsider can look at this and say that, oh, okay, there's something here. Organized arm wrestling is not only a real thing, but there's a, you know, there's pride in it. I really wanted to get that across as well. I wanted to represent it well and to have that come across through this, that it's something, it's basically a whole world, right? And what I try and get across in these, so in this first section here, the first steps, it would almost be as a way to guide a beginner to say, these are all the things that you need to know or you should know at the beginning stages. But one thing I try and highlight in each of those articles is the need to go out into the real world and put this to use. And every single one I say, that third article literally is how do I find Arm Wrestling Club? It's so that the person can realize that, hey, you can't just absorb this all theoretically and then have an understanding. Real understanding comes from doing this in the real world. And so I really try and emphasize that here too, that there's kind of a feedback loop that happens, which is the real, beauty of all this, is that you learn this stuff kind of in theory and you get intrigued enough to go try it out. You go to a practice, you learn even more, and then you come back, oh, okay. Like I realized that, okay, I had to use my hand and this and that's where the feedback comes in. So, because you go back to this and you do more research and you're like, oh, okay, now I understand. And you go back to the next practice and so that's also really what I wanted to emphasize here. So yeah, I guess my whole point with this page especially was to onboard new guys in the best way that I could understand it.
Right.
I
Yeah,
love it.
it's great.
I love it. It's knowledge with application, just like strength with technique. They need them both. Knowledge, application.
Right.
Perfect.
I've been
It's a
around
great
for a
job.
minute and I enjoyed reading it.
Yeah,
Appreciate it.
I like that you can go to a club. I like that you are advocating to find a club. But yeah, you can take something where you can put in practice the applications and go back to have something concrete and organized, and expedited to reference and help guide that path. That's really great.
Right.
I mean, I wish I had it when I started.
Me too. Me too. That's why I said this is selfish. This is if I had, this is the kind of stuff that I would have liked to see
Right.
when I had started. And
Right.
honestly, there's still a lot of great stuff out there. There's so many other like good things on YouTube which onboard people. I think this was just my attempt to do something with written format. Just sort of give it a different feel. But yeah, I think with this, my whole intention is to really make this as full-fledged as I can. So after that like foundational ideas series, I want to start getting into the the details about the different pressures and motions. So cupping, pronation, rising, back, and what these all mean, because these are terms that beginners will hear, but maybe they won't know exactly what they mean. So I want to break that down, right? And then I want to get into the moves. Okay, now that you know all this, here's a hook. This is what a hook incorporates. And because, ideally you would have read the other stuff, that, what cup means, pronation, back pressure. and you can go through this other part, which is this is a hook, this is a top roll, this is a press, so forth. And then I want to get into strap pulling and then all that kind of stuff. So my vision for this is to really sort of be a hub for everything arm wrestling related. And yeah, we'll see where it goes. I'm having a lot of fun right now doing it, and I want I want to put it out there and get people's feedback as well, because I'm not some expert. I know enough to be able to tell somebody who's come before me, but I don't know beyond that. And so my real vision for this is to put out all the things that I want to, but I'd actually also like people who are interested in contributing, people who have like a disposition for writing. I want to get them to contribute as well, and just get different perspectives on here. I think that could be really cool.
And I think, as what you just said, with the whole progression of learning how to do certain moves and the science behind it, can even give birth to, okay, well, how do we make these things stronger? What tools are common tools? There's a lot of different opinions with those things, but you can have a basic 1, 2, 3 of how to work this part of the hand, the wrist, the forearm. There's a lot more. It could be expanded, but just the top 3 that you see. And then even making some deals with vendors out there and having links to their websites. And then you get that finder's fee, every connection that comes through your website, and you build monetarily and continue to grow what you're doing for the betterment of the sport. I mean, there's just, sky's the limit, man.
Yeah,
this stuff's great.
A lot
You're
of
definitely, you're trailblazing here, Shaildhish. I really like it. I like that you're finding an area that could be built upon and building in it. That's great. I mean, just this one tab here for finding a club. You create 3 options. These 3 accessible options. It takes somebody a year or 2 to find this. It took me like 2 or 3 years to figure out Arm Fighter. And yeah, you've got ArmBet included in here. Option 3, Reddit is another great resource. Welcome, Josh. How freaking cool is this?
Yeah, it's super awesome. What's up, buddy? When I had first seen him post about it a while back, I looked over everything that he wrote and the link that he had shared to the different stuff that he had wrote. I was super impressed by it. I thought it was it's really cool, because just like the same thing that we always talk about, like focusing on everybody else, that's kind of what he's doing, right? So there's like plenty of people who already have their criteria and what they work out and they do, but this is including everybody else that might not have the way or might not have things in front of them, and he's setting that. So I think it's a beautiful thing. It's super cool.
Absolutely. Yeah, the arm wrestling chain and the links that make it up. We got a really great picture of Zach Wagner here.
Yeah.
Not sure who he's pulling. One of the compound guys, I think he's pulling there.
Yeah.
Zach Wagner, come back to us. We haven't seen you in a while. Hopefully, you better be like off in some dungeon training and just
he's been on hiatus.
We haven't seen him in a bit. Yeah. Okay. He's one of the most talented arm wrestlers on our team, hands down. Come back, Zach. Come back.
Yep.
All right. Yeah. Hopefully he's just really training. Arm wrestling is a dance, a complex and subtle dance that starts with a high-powered movement of the hand and rapidly calls for the recruitment of the arm, back, chest, shoulders, and even the abdominal and lower body to an extent, with all the intention of pinning an opponent's hand and securing victory. See, that's why we need more writers in arm wrestling.
Oh man,
that's perfect.
You know what's funny too is I try and write in a way that's simple and I try and get to the meat of things right away. Hopefully that comes across, and I don't like to add fluff at all. And what's funny is I posted this article on Reddit, and man, I got this one comment, so much flack about this, just about like it wasn't descriptive enough and this kind of stuff. And
No, no,
it's funny. It's funny.
no.
It's always interesting with writing, right? Because uh writing requires, or reading something requires just attention, right? It requires a bit more effort.
Mhm.
Video, you can, of course you have to pay attention, but it's different than with reading, right? And so the way I wanted to make this, and I hope it comes across, is that people get good information, but I also want them to sort of just flow down the page. I don't want them to look at blocks of paragraph and think, oh, this could be okay, but there's too much here. And because that's sort of the reality of online reading. I found out is that a lot of us, we kind of read, like, not line by line online, but you kind of read at a glance. You kind of look at something, and then you kind of look at it visually to see if it's worth your time. So I think that's an important part of all this too, is the visual organization of things.
Right.
It's
Yeah.
fantastic,
If
man.
it's
Have you ever?
any consolation, whenever I first saw the article, when I clicked on it and I started to read a little bit, I was like, "What is this?" So I thought it was it was good stuff. It was really cool.
Very easy to read.
Again, yeah, because I haven't seen much of that. Like you said, you see the video, you see all this and everything else, but the actual writing about it and wording everything with even some illustrations, I think is really really cool. I thought it was a good read.
Appreciate it.
So,
Yeah, the
and
coolest
what
part
about
about it is
maybe? Yeah, and what about maybe incorporating in the future, not now, but in the future, demonstration videos? I mean, Derek Smith,
Abs
Derek is
abs
like and then that maybe can warrant some other pros to come in and do example videos that are short and sweet and to the
that
point.
that's exactly like sort of where my mind is for the next step of this, is once I've got, a host of written content where I feel like um
You covered all the
there's
bases.
yeah there's a good, yeah, exactly, covered all the basics. I do want to make like video companions for them. I
Yep.
I really like that idea of doing those, because um the fact is, most people do watch videos, most people like them, and I'll be honest, even I like them. Like, if you were to give me the option, like to read a big long article or just watch a 5-minute video, I'm gonna take the video. So I definitely think that's also what I want to do. I want to start moving towards that. And yeah, like you said, I want to get all of our, guy, anybody who's interested, involved too. Like, of course, Derek's such a great resource for this, because he's really good at explaining things. But um yeah, I want to showcase just the community as well. There's a lot that you guys and everybody have to say and express about arm wrestling. And if somehow this can be a platform, I also want to be able to do that. Whether it's you actually writing, an article, whether it's you actually, contributing in a video. We have a lot of smart people and talented people, and I want to sort of find a way to put that to use through this. Right. But yeah, that's the next step. Make some videos. So I got to learn how to, be a YouTuber like Kane over here.
Ah,
Yeah.
yeah. To what whoever was saying that needs to be more detailed, they're thinking of the wrong audience. This target audience is definitely for newcomers, people that want to
Exactly.
break in, that are brand new.
Exactly.
But that's not to say that at some point there couldn't be a different something dedicated for those that want to dig a little deeper.
Yeah.
But what I love about the writing is it is simplistic. And if I was to pass this link on to any of our new people, that is one of the things I would express is like, don't be intimidated. I'm passing you a website with articles and shit. I'm not sending you home to read a freaking book or something like that. This is very concise information. It's extremely easy to read. You are a clean writer. I like that. To me, there's two different types of professional writers. There's writers that write for other writers, or maybe even like readers that are more into like the puzzle of figuring out too much articulate writing. And then there's writers that actually write for everybody, and
for their readers.
right, for the reader.
Yeah.
Exactly. I read I've checked out so much stuff where I'm reading this. I'm like, who are you writing this for? Like, some ridiculous writer where you guys want to like write code to each other or something like. I don't want to look up a word every 10 minutes, to figure out what the heck you're trying to say. Did you really need to use that word? Like, this is it's a ridiculous way. You turned it into this run-on freaking sentence. No, this is great. It's clean, it's to the point, and it moves along really well. I commend you on that.
Yeah, and that's not to say like, so whenever I put these out, it's sort of, I say it explicitly, and it's also should be implied that um if there's genuine feedback, um good suggestions you have about how to improve, or even something that you think is off, like I don't really have an ego about this. Please let me know. Please let me know, like, if there's something off or what. And this is generally to everybody who I ask to read, but yeah, I'm not thinking that, this is going to be like the end all be all or type of thing, right? But
Right.
um there, if you do have criticism, I think the best way to put it out there is in good faith, right? So uh I'm open to any kind of criticism, generally, as long as it's in good faith, then I'll listen, right?
Right on. Absolutely. And that website is armwrestlingpraxis.com. We kind of did this on the fly, so I want to make sure after we close this out to put that in the description section. The website is armwrestlingpraxis.com. And yeah, that's a cool name too.
It is a cool name.
Appreciate
I
it.
like it.
So
Yeah.
is there anything else that I should be pulling up here to give people more of a gist? I know there's a couple more articles here.
No, I think that was mostly it. The one that I'm working on, if you go to the Start Here page, so you see, if you scroll down, that all of the links are there for the other articles. But this first one, the explaining the world of organized arm wrestling. So if you scroll up a bit,
Oh, right.
that one doesn't have a link, just because I sort of want that to be uh almost like a complete guide, uh that an absolute, somebody who doesn't know anything about arm wrestling could read and then understand that this is an organized sport. Here's what you need to know about it. Here are the figures in it, the main figures. There's things like practices and competitions and leagues, and really just like an entire, like, complete guide, so that by the end of it they can then go on to, if they're curious or if they want to learn more, they can go on to the rest of the articles, right? So that's sort of the main thing that I want that to be for. So this is, completely for people who don't even know that it's a sport, which, you know, unfortunately, I'm still meeting, tons of those every day. So I think for me, I think that's just more work to be done.
Good stuff. Yeah, I love the site. This is definitely a game changer. So, Shaildhish, are you going to be attending the Kringle poll? Will I get to see you?
I think I probably won't be able to, just because I've got some family stuff, but um, Yeah, I think I'll see you guys at the earliest. If you guys are going to what is it in January? The California State.
UAL. Yeah,
Yep.
man.
So
Yeah.
I think
I'll
that'll
be there.
be yeah. If any of you guys are there, I'll see you there. And
Mhm.
yeah, I'll see you guys at a I was coming, planning on coming down there towards the end of December. So uh I'll see you, see you guys at a practice for sure.
Right on, man.
What are
Yes.
you weighing?
Right now I'm at 210. So I kind of hover around there. But actually ideally I would like to get down to like 190, 195. Yeah.
You're
What
bigger
is
than me now, bro.
what is that?
You've been trimming down?
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
it looks like it. Just from
Is
the
it-
camera
is-
too.
Is the next weight class 205 after 85?
Yeah, 186 to 205. So I usually
Okay.
compete there.
Okay.
I'm just a bit heavier right now.
Guys,
Josh,
I really
what are you
wanna see
at?
this match. Yeah, I want to see that match.
What are you
Uh,
at, Josh?
I weighed myself the day before yesterday. I was 202.
Okay.
Nice.
All right.
Yeah, I've
Josh
played
looks like
with
Brad
both
Pitt
you
in
guys
Troy.
a bit, and I want to see this match. I want to see this match. It would be a good
Yeah.
match. It would be a good match.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. That right hook. That's strong. That's strong. I'm gonna be like this in the I'm gonna be like this and just right on those tips.
Don't run, Shaildhish. Got a hook. Get in there, man. Get in
Be
there.
careful. Be careful in that strap. Don't go for too much because then you might not have any grip.
Yep. Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm gonna cheat. I gotta write an article about that too. Just cheating in arm
Cheating.
wrestling.
That's
Just-
Oh,
You just gotta put it
right
on the
all about that,
video.
man.
Yeah.
Just a video of
Cheating in
Devin
arm
Devin.
wrestling and I'll just it'll just be like Devin videos, like compilation of Devin video like
Yep.
That'll be all your reference links.
it
Yeah.
won't even be written content, just video after video.
So I'm kind of glad you guys said that and brought this up. When it comes to the cheating, who does the fault lie on more? Is it the referee or the athlete? Is it the referee for missing the cheating, or is it the athlete for getting away with it?
The ref.
It should I
Right.
think if I don't know what's going on, right? And someone like if I'm new and someone does all this stuff, at the end of the day, I still want to be able to control what I do. So I think
Absolutely.
it has to be on me. So I think I think whatever you do, just go into it with that mindset that I have to know what's going on. I can't assume that this guy who wants to beat me is going to have good intentions when it like I can't assume that this guy who wants to beat me wants to give me something, you have to go in with a different intention that
Hey,
I need to get what I want, they're going to get what they want.
hey,
We'll
you
see
guys
how it
got to
happens.
put the reins on Derek number 2 because he's teaching Elijah all kinds of bad habits.
Tricky stuff. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh man,
Yeah.
it's hilarious.
Well, to go back to your original question, Josh, I feel like at least 90% of the cheats are within the rule sets. So it's kind of a
So
question.
then wait. So
What's-
then wait
what's the
a
rule
minute
set?
here.
Yeah.
So then, can we actually classify it as cheating if it's in the rule set?
Exactly.
What are these
Exactly.
cheats? Tell me these cheats.
I don't. I have been curious about that
Let's-
for the last couple of years. I don't see
let's
a lot
break
of
it down.
cheating.
I mean, a good majority of them are, if it's like a cheat sheet, it's either going to be something that a bad ref's not going to catch, but usually they'll catch it. But we're talking like intentional elbow fouls to get out of being pinned. We're talking about maybe shitty slips, a lot of things.
Yeah, but then again, those two things that you just named should be on the ref. I mean, if it's a slip that's a slip in a position that should be called, it should be called. If it's
Maybe the slip,
a
yeah.
potential elbow fall. Yeah.
I think the biggest thing is in the setup, meaning like if you are facing someone and you see that they are starting like this, but somehow the ref doesn't catch it, it in a way, like you could ideally say it would be on the ref, but if you see it, if you were looking at the other person and you don't say anything and you're just thinking, the ref is my best friend, they're going to save me in this situation, and then they fire off and you get your hand pinned, then you have to take some of that blame. And I think those are the real cheats that people are talking about. They're talking about in the setup, if you're like this a bit, or if you're like this a bit, covering the thumb knuckle, or if you want to go in for that press and you're edging that shoulder forward, and it's
Well,
on you to, it's on you to say, hey, he's doing, and Devin does this perfectly. As you're doing that, you then start your own cheats. You
some
then
So listen,
start.
so I don't think there's an arm wrestler in the history of the sport who ever walked up to the table and just put their hand flat and said, "Okay, here, wait, oh, let me straighten that for you."
Yeah.
I don't think I think we all have applied pressure that would push the guy off, and right. So I get what you're saying, but I don't know. It's just the word cheat is it's so dangerous. It's so like evil. It's like, you cheater.
Yeah.
It's the wrong word for the way we use it, I think. I think the majority of the time that someone is actually getting away with something that's not within the rules. It's just clear bad reffing, and there's a problem. But I think the majority of the time of what we are like thinking of as cheats is like all the shit that Pretty Ricky does. Like, oh my gosh. Unless you are super articulate and like protective of yourself and aware, like Ricky will take advantage of your ass in a match, big time, and a lot of arm wrestlers that know their way around the table in a setup, they're going to do the same damn thing. They're going to know how to drive your thumb down lower, especially in the strap. They're going to know how to get that looser strap, or just all kinds of little variations to get around more and give it. I feel like those are the things that we always like think of and talk about as
Well,
being
there's a
cheap,
lot
just
of
not
there's
the
a
right
lot of people now that are getting to the point where they're intentionally slipping all the time to get in the strap because they don't even want to arm wrestle without the strap, really.
And then you can be really tricky in the strap.
Right.
You can really change the game in the strap if you know your way around those little things. But most of them are like within the rule set.
Right.
It's tough. I mean, shit, you can like, what's the thing some people do? Like they kind of like push their thumb in there so that it's driving away, or like they hide their thumb knuckle so that you have to like come down and like all kinds of little goofy things like that. But that's the competitive level, and
Yeah,
is
I
is
just
that
think
what makes it
such a
interesting?
it's such a vague term, like when it comes to stuff like that. It would be, this is the way I think of it. It would be like telling Floyd Mayweather that he's cheating because he's using the Philly shell and he's blocking everybody's hits. Or Mike Tyson for the peekaboo. Hey, you're moving too much. Stand still. It's like, it's one of those type of things. It's like these guys are literally pushing the sport to the very limit that it can go, utilizing, in my opinion, that's even more of an athlete, because these guys are so prepped where they know the rules in and out and they can utilize them to their advantage. You do it in every sport, baseball, whether it's using your fouls or basketball or all these different things, running the clock out, all these different things are used and utilized to play the sport to its optimum.
I think the real word that should be used for it is tactics.
There
I
you
think
go.
that it
I love
really
it.
like that's really what it comes down to. Is just being making tactical adjustments, using good tactics. Because this has arm wrestling has combat elements, and in combat you have to have tactics. So yeah, I think ultimately that's just what it is. Yeah.
Tactics is a great word, and tactics is a great word to describe Devin. Now we're describing Devin like his tactics are otherworldly.
Right. Yeah, he's not doing anything, even when he's like psychologically breaking down his opponent or the ref. He's not doing anything beyond tactics. So that is very true. 100%.
And he's got Jody.
I think we should call it tactics from now on.
Yes.
I like
love
that
it.
word better.
Tactics
That
is
ball
good.
rolling. Yeah, it's I mean, it's almost kind of hard to like cheat and get away with it. Like, what are we talking about? Like pinning somebody with your elbow like fully falling, coming off the pad or something like that. And the
Taking
ref
that other hand and
yeah, right.
short
right.
of doing something like that.
Did the ref miss it?
Yeah.
We got Benjimac in the house. What's up, Benjimac? Yeah, man.
You know what? I'm surprised that there's not been more people that like step on other people's feet under the table to try to stop them from like movement. They're so into it.
Oh yeah, because we're all up in each other's business under the table, kicking each other's table legs.
I've actually seen it where someone went to put their leg on the bar on the other side, and the other polar just went forward and shoved his leg off.
Kicked it off, yeah.
And whenever he kicked his leg off, he actually took him over at the same time because the other guy's all balance went off. And that was pretty good. I was like, wow, did you just see that under table tactic stuff?
Yeah. You cheater.
Tactic.
Yeah. Hey, that could go both ways too. You kick that foot off, all their weight falls back as long as they're holding on. Who knows?
Right.
Might go the other way. But thank you, Benji, for posting the website in the chat for Arm Wrestling Praxis. Everybody go check that out. Pass it to your friends. You meet some new arm wrestlers. Pass that along. We've also got Condottiero.
That's me. That's my account.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right on.
Yeah.
All right. Everybody go subscribe to Shaildhish's channel. How do I say that? Condottiero?
Yeah, Condottiero. Yeah.
Can you explain that for us? What
that's an Age of Empires 2 reference. If you guys have played that game, in the Italian civilization, that's their unique unit. It's the Condottiero, and historically, it was an actual figure. They were mercenaries in the 15th century that Italian city-states contracted to defend them because they didn't have any like armies. And so they're like, okay, we got a bunch of people attacking us. We need help. And these were the guys the mercenaries that they contracted.
Okay. All right. Now, is this like Age of Empires? Is that a video game or a board game?
It's a computer game. It's like a real-time strategy computer game. One of the original ones.
All right.
Yeah.
I like to nerd out on board games. There's one that makes me think of that, but it's like on a board where you got civilizations.
Risk?
Not Risk. And you have like commodities and stuff like that you're trading.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if I know that one.
Okay.
But I like as far as board games like chess, if you really think about it, that's like the OG RTS, right? Like it doesn't get any more OG than that. So chess.
I don't know, man. Othello is pretty awesome.
Othello?
Yeah.
I grew up with those games, man.
Yeah. Othello and Go.
That game was awesome.
Oh, Go. Yeah. Go, I know. Yeah.
Those games are like real mind warps.
Dude, Go is like 10 dimensions type of thing, Yeah. It's crazy.
Othello is like a mix between Chinese checkers and chess.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, fun game.
Got it. That's cool, man.
Benji says, surprised there's not more nut taps with how close legs and knees are getting under there.
Yeah.
Freaking Benji. Goodness gracious, man.
No, I don't think anybody wants to go there because that shit goes both ways.
Goodness gracious.
You kick that door open.
Goodness gracious.
I feel
Oh,
like
we're
one thing you could do, the guys like Dallas Langston who prop that leg up on
Yeah.
the table for his super back. I've ever like wondered if you just bump that a little, does he completely like fall off edge and like
Yeah.
lose his
Yeah.
balance?
That's what
You
Don
know?
was saying. He saw somebody do. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's yeah, yeah. Some people do that. Some people kick it off. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be able to sleep tonight, Benji. Thank you. God, this guy.
Every time Todd's training now, he's
God.
gonna be like, "Hey, whoa, watch your legs, man."
Hey, hey, I'm making a new rule. Anytime I pull with anybody, you got to stay on your side of the table. That's it. Nobody comes on my side underneath the table.
Todd's going to be doing this.
Exactly.
No,
All right,
yeah,
you're
no,
far
We need
enough
a
away.
third referee. We need a third referee.
no pulling with Dallas Langston then.
Hey, man, these are just tactics,
Could
right?
you, could you imagine if you had, you just said another referee. Could you imagine if you had a referee that set up your feet the way they do your hands? No.
Oh my
You put
gosh.
this way. Turn your foot.
Oh boy, that'd be horrible.
And you have to stand in a horse stance, right? Like that's the
Oh.
only way you can arm wrestle.
No.
That'd be interesting.
Don't give him ideas.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people will get hurt. I don't know. We're built different. We're just built different. That's the hard part about training new people or teaching new people, because a lot of it is the lower half of the body to be able to get, some of the basic motions down. And we're all built so different in terms of height, how our legs move, our natural positioning of our legs. And I see some, more experienced pullers trying to teach a new person, and they're like, no, you got to do this, you got to hump the table and like go under it, and one person saying, no, you got to like kick out or whatever. And that's always been a hard area for me. I kind of tend to like look at what their body's naturally wanting to do and maybe veer them in a different direction. But typically for me, I'm telling them you need to find the most natural thing for you to stay as close to the table as you can and be able to drop your whole body. But it's tough. There's a few.
Not everybody's really helpful for the new guys either. There are some people that just take them over, and they don't really benefit that much from them.
They want you to do what they do. Yeah.
Right. That's when I tell guys to find someone who will train better with you. And then once you are getting better, go back to those guys that take you over. But otherwise, you're better off working with someone that, because if you're doing nothing but getting pulled over, you're going to be really good at defense.
Mm-hmm.
You're never going to have the right power to press, to finish, because you're never even going over there to that side of the table.
Right.
And that's a beginner, even me, when I first got there, I mean, people peeling my wrist, taking me over. I didn't let that discourage me. And that's the thing that new people need to know too, is that it's not something usually that you just come into and you do really good at it. You're going to still have to go through that time of training and development of muscles and things that you probably really didn't have before. And the beginners are going to have in their head that, man, am I just weak? Do I not have it? That kind of thing in their head. And they need to be reassured too that, no, man, we were all like that. We were all, you might say, even weaker, or didn't know proper pressures or anything setting up, the grip, difference of again, the techniques, and you're not even there yet. So they need to be aware that that's still, it's a time thing. You have to develop, and that doesn't happen
in 2 weeks. It doesn't happen in 2 practices. It doesn't happen in 3 practices. After the 4th practice, you might see some improvement, and not only some improvement, but maybe even some muscle gain, and after a couple months in it. But it's going to take time to where you really start developing and performing better. And people need to realize it's not something you just jump into and can do well. And if you do, man, watch out for that guy, because there are people that come in very strong, and all they really need to do is develop technique and that type of thing and speed and that type of thing. A lot of time people don't come in with speed either for a hit. So there's a lot of things that a beginner needs to be almost reassured, I think, so that they're not discouraged early on that, oh, wow, I ain't got it, I'm just weak. It's not like that. And that's the beauty of the weight class thing too. So because if everybody had to go against Mountain Mike or something like that all the time, none of us would be really probably wanting to play as much.
Right.
We'd probably really be over in a corner.
That
So
Yeah, I was just gonna say that's something also too, like that whole thing. I was also thinking of actually making some articles for the site, specifically with the topic of if you're a new guy and if you're a bit, more of a senior guy, what should be the correct sort of protocol for giving them a workout in a way that one obviously keeps them safe, but two actually helps them to learn how to move on the table effectively. And we all sort of know how to do that just from experience.
right.
But I think it would be good to have like, some very like explicit sort of cues and guidelines to say, if you're clearly the stronger guy, then you're still getting don't worry that you're over here on this side. You can still get a good workout and keep the other person safe and help them to learn when you're on this side. Um, I think that's something that I think a lot of us understand being experienced, but maybe it's not so clear with guys who are maybe about a year in. Like meaning like I'll see guys who are a bit newer, maybe 6 months to a year, not really knowing how to do this correctly with a complete newbie. And they'll sometimes be the one who are kind of slamming them because they themselves don't quite know how to work in that defensive position and help them work. So I think, yeah, that's a super important topic. I think generally just knowing how to work people on the table too is just something we can really explore, like what kind of drills we can do, what kind of motions we can go through um to help practice whatever people want to, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree. May I?
Yeah.
So again, with baseball, what people see as the final product on the field, getting in front of a ground ball, having your hands out in front, catching the ball, getting into your crow hop. Those things take really specific drills that get repeated over and over and over again to where it looks like one smooth motion, but there's probably 10 steps. And the key to all of that stuff, of having the glove out in front and fielding the ball with your left eye and understanding how to have your, the ball not in center, but slightly to your left. It starts with footwork. How do you break your footwork down so that this way on the short hop, you come through the ball and you don't allow the ball to play you? There are specific drills that we do. They're called EDDs, everyday drills. So in arm wrestling, we do this once in a while. We don't do it once in a while. We don't do it every day. But with all of the different moves that Kane and all the guys at Alpha, and they're really good at that, at teaching at whatever level you're at and keeping it safe. with all the drills that we do with the hand and the cupping and the top rolling, or if you're in a defensive hook or whatever it is, I think even when I watch the videos on TV, what everybody's forgetting is the feet. And just like baseball, the feet start everything. There is a particular, not only one way, but there are particular types of positions, left, right, center on the table, getting your shoulder in, being tilted, getting your foot on the rail, and different comfortable settings for a person to be able to engage to get that posture with your hand or your arm or your shoulder. There needs to be footwork. And so a lot of times, if I pull with Elijah and just working out, I'll put him in certain situations, but there needs to be a response below the table before the response happens on top of the table. Now, ultimately, we know it happens simultaneously, but he's got to know how to move left and right back when he gets both legs under the table, Devin Lorette, and lean back. When do you do that? Do you just do that all the time and that's it? And then you just pull? That's not the way it works, right? That's what I'm learning. So footwork is really important. And when I see some of the new guys, and I'm still a new guy, and Elijah's still a new guy, he's 9 months in. But when I see like guys that are just in for the first month, they're trying to do a move, but their posture is not right. Their feet are not in position, so they can't complete the move correctly. They're doing it somewhat right, but they're not in position with their body to be able to do it right from the ground up. And this is this is a kinetic sport. All sports are kinetic. The energy starts from the feet, it works up through the upper body, and then you coordinate yourself and you get all the muscle groups in, as you guys have so eloquently taught us, from the hand to the wrist to the forearm, the bicep, the shoulder, the chest, the back. How do I even get into that position? What are my legs doing? So this is important. I think that would be a really cool topic as you go further and get more advanced, and explain that on your website as well. My feet positioning, the different types of feet, and showing the different styles of different arm wrestlers that are world class and how they do it, what they look like,
Definitely. And actually the one who really got me to think about that was actually Derek. I think he breaks it down very well with feet positioning. He'll say even at the start to every new person, look at the person's feet, and that'll tell you and give you a clue to where they're going, where they're going to end up. Right? If it's ducking out like this, you can just look at them and see that they're about to go sideways. So yeah, definitely with the feet, and with new people I've seen, especially with not dropping the hips. I've seen a lot of reluctance about that. I know you guys have all seen this with new guys where they can start off okay here, but because of that reluctance to drop, it's this side bending, and it almost like turns into this now a really unsafe rotational position. I see this all the time with new guys like up here. They start off really well, but they're kind of reluctant to dip. And so they instead just lean, and then it turns into this. And so I think, just emphasizing that along with the correct feet placement, it'll just get them to move so much more efficiently.
That's what the pulley systems and the handles are so good for, because you don't have to work super heavy. You can just work and get muscle memory and work the proper form. Like, what are the different ways I can move doing this motion? And
even with the band, it works great. The thing I see the most often is good to hear. There's a connection to the body, and then as soon as they get stuck because of their legs, they finish with
exactly.
Little press. They want to do this, and that's always when the legs subject comes up, and how they need to find their way to really drop down. It's the most uncomfortable thing I think for a new person to do, and that's one of the things I love about your article in general so far is that I feel like you have separated the perception of an experienced arm wrestler from the teachings of these fundamentals. And I think that's an extremely important thing to do. And anytime I'm working with a new person, I have to constantly take that out of my head. I have to take wherever I'm at out of my head, all the small articulations and and broader techniques and stuff like that. And you really have to bring yourself back to square step one, fundamentals, and have the willingness to be patient with somebody.
Yeah.
I get very frustrated watching other people teach new arm wrestlers that are just throwing so much crap at them, and even maybe being too intense about it, but just dumping a world of junk on them because they're forgetting they've been doing this a lot longer. And if you're going to work with anybody in this sport, you really do have to take yourself, the way you see the sport, like way back, and really break things down fundamentally. I think there's almost an impatience in teaching new people. They want to like give them some golden information that like expedites their process like really fast, but we can't do that. We can't do that. We have to have the willingness to patiently show them, step one. They might show, improvement in a certain area quicker than others, and you can be like, oh, okay, I'm gonna add a little sugar to that, but for the most part, it's us that has to have the willingness to be just super patient and slow, and be happy with the progress that's made.
I'm curious, just quickly from you guys, like when you were starting out, what was that sort of initial thing that you couldn't quite wrap your head around? Um for me it was really just initiating with the hand, because I like to hook so much. Um in the beginning I like to really get this forward, but I'd forget so much about this, and it took me way longer than it should have to recognize that, hey, what you're doing when you cup this in is that you are turning that other person over on their bicep, therefore, taking away their pronation, getting them isolated, and it took me like a long time to drill that in. I think for each person it's a different thing. Like, I'm curious what it is with you guys.
Josh. Oh, you're muted, bud.
My bad. For me, it was so when I first got introduced to Mike McGraw and all the arm benders, it was them telling me to stop focusing on the pin. So like that was like the biggest thing that changed arm wrestling for me in the beginning was get the pin pad out of your mind, quit worrying about that, because as you think about the pin pad, your advances become, vulnerable and dangerous, and worrying about position. So like that was like the biggest thing for me, worrying about advancing my position and not towards the pin pad.
Yeah. Yeah.
Very true. Very true.
When
Don.
when I started, I think it was actually the top rolling, because when I arm wrestled in the past, everything was hook, 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 hook. Again, that was before pre tournaments, or competition. And whenever I got started with training with these guys, I mean, I set up with Mike McGraw, who is a really known for a really good top puller, and he was just peeling me over, peeling me over, peeling me over. And again, that was that feeling of, wow, you know what? You're doing this like I'm butter, And he started teasing me about, Don's got a weak wrist. And I was like, yeah, what's up with that? He goes, don't worry, keep resisting what I'm doing and you're going to get stronger. You have to stop it first. And I was like, okay. So I kept focusing on just trying to stop his hand from taking my hand. And that was kind of a practice for a while, and when you pull with someone like Mike McGraw, he's one of those guys that he can really put a torque on your wrist, and so it was almost, when I started, almost painful, and I didn't really feel that from other top pullers like I did with him. And so because of that, I think whenever I finally got to a point where maybe I can hold him a little better. I definitely was becoming a better arm wrestler. And then when he had more confidence in me than I had in myself, because in my first pro tournament, I said I wasn't ready and he said, you're ready. And so I went and did it. And, I got in these battles in a hook with Scott Wynn. And I mean, they were brutal and they were restarts right back into brutal. And finally, after, I don't know if it was 2 or 3 or whatever, and I get to the side for a second just for Mike to rub my arm. And he goes, what the hell are you doing? Why don't you do what I taught you? Top pull, take his hand, and that's how I ended up beating him. So it's one of those things of, getting confidence in something, and sometimes someone just helping you in your mind even, and letting you know that, yes, you are doing it right. Yes, you are. Yes, you can do it, because people will be reluctant, I think, sometimes to shoot a move because they're just afraid they're going to lose if they do, and I think that, over time that again, that developed though. So at the start, I was thinking that the top pole was difficult for me because, again, I was always wanting to hook anyway. And even though I had a coach at the time, which was Mark Pryor, he was in the, I consider him a coach because he was always at the practice in Poland, and at the time, and he was a shoulder roll inside. He was really, really tall up on it and just pressure really quick. And so I had him to go on too, but I shot that move a lot too in my early days, and that's what ended up ultimately throwing me into tendon pain in the elbows.
Yeah.
Because that's a difficult one, because when you get someone that you shoot your move and you actually get over on them, but then they rip through you and you go back the other, ooh boy, that is some torque on that tendon. So the shoulder roll is probably the most prone for where you can cause some pain or injury maybe. And your top roll is your safest, and your hook is just a power to power to me. Pretty much, you can add a top roll or what they call a top hook, which usually almost ends up into a top roll at the finish, a lot of the times, because you have the person so far over, they just kind of go. And so it's just, I'd still say that the top roll was difficult for me though. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting because yeah, I feel like the top roll is something that's what you guys were a lot more hook pullers and like more straight to the side back when you were first starting, weren't you?
Yeah, but again, that was because of, I think, our loading that we were doing on the table. You were loading so far back already with back pressure, but and that then everything left was hitting to the side.
Okay.
So and then that's why too, where I felt like I had to learn the top pole, because at times you were forced into a top pole like that because of the back pressure. And, you just could not curl someone in like that. And I think maybe, I don't know, I still think that that's why a lot of the old school guys were so much side pressure on their hits and all that, because there was so much load back.
Yeah. Yeah. What about you, Todd?
Yeah, I don't want to take any kind of chances and impersonate an arm wrestler.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm a poster boy. I'll just post for you.
Right.
It's cool. I just want to see if I can hold you.
What was your hardest thing that you learned in baseball in the beginning?
I never had a hard thing in baseball.
Okay.
I'm just kidding.
It came easy.
He's one of those. He's one of those.
No,
Okay.
I always threaten my kids. I'm like, if you don't play good, you're not wearing my name.
Yeah.
I'm ripping your name off the jersey.
Called all your home runs.
Yeah.
That's like old Tyson Fury.
I'm just kidding. No, I mean, similar to Don. Look, I'm new like Elijah. I mean, Elijah's been pulling for 9 months now. I think I've been pulling on and off very gingerly as to not be in pain all week for work for 3 months. Right. So it's getting my hands taken. So I started messing with the wrist wrench, and that
There you are.
my wrist has some guys can still take my wrist, but it's not as easy.
Yeah.
So it's just working out and being specific on certain workouts. But I really don't work out. I'll mix in a couple of sets while I was just working out, but I'm not really engaging throughout the whole workout. I'll just mess around a little bit, or sometimes I'll pull with him and really pronate when somebody's trying to do something to my hand. So I've realized even the last week when I did pull a little bit, it wasn't so easy for them to take my hand anymore. But no, I'm not gonna impersonate an arm wrestler, man. You guys are savage, man. You guys are like freaking plumbers on steroids.
You're not impersonating nobody. You are an arm wrestler.
You are.
Yeah, well, I have an arm. So no, but it's great, man. I love the sport. Yeah.
So Joel Cagle's in the house. What's up, Joel? He says, if you can't explain something to a 5-year-old by breaking it down simply and explaining the basics, do you really know the skill you're trying to share?
Wow.
Very good point. Very deep, my brother. He says this dude using too big of words. Yeah.
Look, just because you're good at something doesn't mean you're a good coach, Magic Johnson.
Right.
Right. You got to be able to break it down for someone that is lesser at the point,
Right.
Ed Bedrosian says, let's set Todd up with an amateur for a super match.
Nice. I'll do it.
Yeah, you would do it?
I'll do it, yeah.
Oh, you heard it here first. You heard it.
Yeah, I'll do it. God, you know what I mean?
Who would we set you up with? You got a long
so funny,
arm.
though.
Yeah, who would this be?
Josh.
Would Josh here? Josh is not an amateur.
Yeah. Fun?
That's a tough ask.
I was going to say,
it doesn't matter.
Josh pulls amateur, doesn't he?
Go left-handed. Go left-handed.
No, see, my left is like 5 times weaker than my right.
Well, Ed says,
I used to be a pitcher. I used to pitch, so and I was a shortstop.
That could be a good match with Ed, but honestly, I think Ed's just he's kind of
experienced.
I mean, he feels solid too. Ed feels solid.
Well, so does Todd. Todd's coming in with a lot of
okay.
I think Todd's coming in good. He's coming in strong, but I really like the two of them. See, I'm glad you put that out there, Ed. He just said, "What's up, Todd? I'm 190." I wasn't gonna put that out there because Ed's been pulling a bit. I don't even know if Ed's still pulling amateurs. But you both.
I'm not a true 240.
Yeah.
That's not. I should probably be on. My frame is probably more suited for like 210, 200.
But Ed's got a good attitude too, where he's okay with pulling something, and he's not. He's okay if he doesn't win too. He's enjoying it, just like some of us. It's not about the win. It's still about just getting up there and doing it. Whether you win or lose. Most of the time, everything comes out. If anything, you're getting some experience from it.
Yeah.
And you should always, no matter if it's a win or a lose, you should always look at everything when you walk away from that match or the table. That what can you take from that? What could you have improved on that? Was there something that I know? Even if you win, is there something you could have done that would have even made it easier, an easier win for you? Because we try to get these wins as easy as we can so that we have something in reserve for the next matches anyway. And so, you know, the worst thing to do to me is just get in a long battle and burn yourself out in a tournament. You know, it's really bad when you get in one like that, your first match. And then you might even, both of you might end up losing that. Well, it kind of worked that way at really the World Series when, you know, I was going to end up taking the winner of Fisher or DeVete. And they went against each other, and it was such a battle, restart, battle, you know. And I was sitting there thinking, yes, battle each other, you know, because they each had a loss already. So nobody was going to give in because it's the second loss, right? So they really went hard. David ended up going on top, but then when I hit him, he had nothing left.
Yeah.
You know, he ended up, but with having one loss already, they had no choice. It wasn't something that someone could sit back and go ahead and take the loss and drop into the losers bracket and still be good, you know. So they really went at it hard. So that's where sometimes in those tournaments things can really go your way like that, you know, where two people really get burned out a little bit and it makes it a little easier on you. So just never know how all that's going to fall into place in a tournament. The super match is different, you know, that's one person, and if it starts a grind, it's probably going to end a grind. Yeah.
Because that's what everyone wants to see. Everyone wants to see the grinder. That's the crowd pleaser right there.
Right.
It's tough. It's like, you know, I've got my match with Mike coming up here. And it's a super match, man. And I know it's going to be more enjoyable for like the kids watching and shit if we do end up getting in a grinder. If he gets a stop on me, it's going to be, you know, it's going to be like that.
Hey, you better start getting picked up right now because I got $20 and a beer on you, bud.
Oh man, that's a safe investment, bro. You should have bet more.
Okay, well, you know, I'm just not a betting man though. So, and neither was the other guy, but he said he was going to put his money on Michael, and I said, well, how much?
Yeah,
he said he's not a gambler. I said, how about 20 and a beer? And he goes, well, I'm not a gambler, but since I threw that out there, okay. So
this is Michael Brown.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, your guy made a bad bet, man. I don't know what to say.
You guys are still gonna have, I think, a really good match though.
I mean, going back to your point, like
I'm gonna be in your corner though.
I want to finish that match quickly, you know. That's what I want as a competitor, because I want to compete in that tournament after too. But, you know, it would just be a bummer if it was a boring match that it went quick, you know.
I'm going to be in your corner, and I'm going to dredge up some anger in you. If I can, it maybe no one's seen before.
You're going to be there?
I'm competing too. So I got to do your 185 game.
All right. So I'm going to get to see you on the right in the 185s.
Yeah. But you're going to be pretty burnt out, aren't you? Are you guys doing right or left?
Well, if I do this right, you know, hopefully not.
Yeah, if you beat him quick, you'll be all right.
For your point. Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, I'm still in your corner though.
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
Nothing against Michael, but you know, someone already picked him for the bet. So I'm going to take you too, because I would have probably went either way on the bet just to do a bet.
I really want to see that Todd versus Ed Bedrosian match. Ed says he is a solid amateur. That's where he's at. So
there we go.
Going for sure.
Who's going against Ed?
Josh had thrown me to the wolves, man.
That's right. Todd Calazo. He said he's down for a super match, you know, and
for when?
I don't know, man. I don't know. We got to make it happen. That's what this is
so
all
it's not
about.
the Pringle pool.
No.
Not the
Okay.
No, they're maxed out there, but this is gonna happen. And they're both, you know, SoCal, so it won't be too hard to set it up, you know, maybe even at least at an Arm Fest. Yeah.
I like that match.
Right?
What Ed's giving up in weight, he makes up for in experience, and Todd's really strong, man. I felt his hand. He's strong.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Awesome.
I
Yeah,
appreciate it, guys. Thank you. Anyways, after this, I'll go back to my old man chair and sit down and watch something.
So I haven't
I
contributed.
have one too.
I haven't
Exactly. I got one in my bedroom.
Your thing, Shaildhish. So the question was, what was the weirdest thing? The first
Yeah.
day, right?
Yeah. Well, what was more so
Difficult.
the hardest thing for you to get accustomed to learn when you were starting out? Could be anything.
The hardest thing to get accustomed to for me, I think, was going back. Which is weird because that is like my favorite place to be now. But my tendency was hand first. I wanted the hand, and I kind of wanted to come forward a little bit, like a press and to the side. And of course, like Alpha Empire, they're all about safety. So they're like, nope, you're not doing that. You're coming back. And that was extremely weird. They kept saying, to the shirt pocket and stuff. But I really like what you guys are saying. And like Josh, in terms of like not worrying about pinning and stuff like that. And I think one of you guys were mentioning the aspects of defense. Shaildhish, you were saying about how this is turning someone's, this turns someone up. Yeah, like the weird thing is in training, I think most of us, when we go into arm wrestling brand new, we think that the pin pads are on the sides, that they're over here. And we do have them on the side, usually on our training tables when we're just training, right? But in competition, they're here, they're offset at an angle. If I'm pulling right-handed, it's going to be back here, not here to the side. And I think that really, I don't know, speaks volumes right there. But that whole like aha moment of like doing defensive tactics, like instead of trying to pin, if I'm trying to pin you here, I'm still keeping the ball in your court. But if I'm trying to pin you here, I'm making your arm open, and I'm making you weaker and weaker and weaker as it opens up. And those are, I think, at the same time as being like the hardest things to get used to, were also the things that like blew my mind and kind of attracted me.
So we're kind of the opposites. Whereas I was just like, all right, just go back.
Yeah.
But then in doing that, I would lower my angle and get into bad positions and not using my hand. But I felt that with you too, when we were starting out, like back in the day when we were both just a couple years in, all that, like that you initiated with this a lot. Like there was a lot of this in different directions. Because it's just always interesting to me. I like to find out, because we are built so, all of us are built so different. So we encounter just different issues along the way. It's always interesting to find out. Right.
Definitely. Yep. Yeah. And it's really, I that's one of my favorite things about working with a new person, is kind of seeing where they're strong, where their tendencies are and stuff like that. It's fun to work with that, and guide people on that. When working with somebody for the first time, I think you said how you could still get a workout being, here, right? Yeah, I don't see any point to pinning like a new person, or like, tearing their arm open. There isn't a whole lot.
Sometimes the pressures make it to where that's all there is. If a guy's got that much, again, back pressure on you, all you have is side pressure. Unless you can really, really outmatch his back pressure, and even then, you might both end up, just backing over the center where you're just kind of turning over with the hand then, where there's not, both of you are pulling back so hard. But
well, I'm talking more about a new person that you can control, and you're trying to teach them the basics and stuff. But there is one fascinating thing for me is like, 90+% of the time I'm living over here for them. I want you to pin me, but I don't want you to pin me on the pin pad. I want you to pin me like freaking over your shoulder, like, throw me out the back door, right? But there's those few circumstances where I don't do it for me really, or for ego, where they're starting to do good. It looks like they're doing, they're safe and everything like that, and then you just control them just for a second, and then you let them go back into it. And the reason why is I've noticed as they're starting to make that progress, going through the motions and everything like that, it can kind of get monotonous or pointless, and they want to see if they're being tested or not.
Yeah.
And I think just showing them that little minor thing, that you do, or that little extra pepper you give, that's when I actually see people smile. They're like, oh shit, okay, yeah, there's more. There's more, keep.
Yeah.
I feel like it's a little bit motivational, but I'm not like,
Yeah. No, yeah, they could tell. I've learned that too. Like even new guys, like they can tell they'll be like, all right, just give me a little more. And obviously that doesn't have to mean this. That could, even if you're holding them, that could just mean stopping them here instead of here. Sometimes like even that you'll see, oh, they're in their mind they'll think, oh, they're giving me all of that by opening up their arm, but actually they're able to hold it a lot closer. Even things like that, it just piques the curiosity, right?
Well, the statistic is for a lot of the people that do come in pretty strong, we do notice on our team more often that when someone comes in very, very strong and like beats most of the people that are like good or like that have something to teach, they don't come back. A lot of they just like come and like, oh, this is stupid, I'm out of here. I'm like, I'm the strongest at arm wrestling. See ya, or whatever.
That's when you give him to Derek.
Right. Yeah. I must have missed Derek on that practice, but
yeah,
it's yeah, I feel like it's one of those things like where, especially if it's like a girl on your team, or it's one of the lightweights that just, held somebody double their weight or something like that. More often than not, I see it's those cases that people are like, they spark a little bit more interest in the sport.
Credit to someone like Mega Mike then, because as far as what I hear, that's kind of his thing, right? He came in,
everybody but Derek,
every single person but Derek, and yeah, he probably took that as an opportunity. He's like, oh man, I gotta get this guy, or at least I gotta learn more and stick with this thing.
Right. Yeah, statistically he shouldn't have stuck it out, but he did. He was stronger than like pretty much almost all of the pros on our team, and he still kept ahead. So he was definitely an anomaly. It looks like there's a couple interesting things happening in the chat here. We've got Joel Cagle is just asking, what are the chances I get a match with ET out in Cali? So he's willing to come to California to have a match with the Whisperer. I think
$1 million.
What's it gonna take? I don't know, man. I think like ET's willing to do it for like a wallet. He does it for like a wallet,
pocket knife,
supplements.
I'm pretty sure he'll do it just for a video. I'm pretty sure to make a video.
Yeah, man, come out, Joel. Definitely. I'd like to see that. ET's
yeah, I want ET to dress as Batman.
Okay. So what are you gonna dress up as then, Joel, if you come out? But I mean that's a pretty good offer. You're willing to come out here for a match. If you come out here for a match, Joel, we'll put you up here on the mountain, for a couple of days or however long you're out here.
You'd
We'll
have
talk.
to be the Riddler or the Joker.
Yeah, yeah.
Or Harvey Dent.
Yeah.
Yeah, Joel's a badass. In Oklahoma, we talked chickens for like, I don't know, way too long, longer than people should talk about chickens, but we enjoyed it.
And ET for the regular person, like you see in ET's videos, the regular people pulling him, they just have no idea how good he is.
Right.
Yeah, he's
Really is good. Yeah.
I think the last time I pulled with him on the right, he was crazy.
Well, what's neat about that is you can see still if you go back in his videos, you can see his progress. I mean, like when he started, Gabriel was beating him every time they matched up, and then he ended up getting Gabriel and where he held him, and then ended up going for the win. That's progress, and because again, Gabriel, he's no pushover either. So that's a hurdle, I mean, to make it something like that. I mean, that when I saw the stuff when he started doing the tournaments, because at first I didn't see any tournaments. It was just him arm wrestling people, but he was having fun with it. Well, then, he started getting the criticism of, you never did a tournament, that's a different story, blah, blah, blah. And he went out there and he did it. And he got beat by a few guys, but he still beat some guys too. So he did okay. But then still people criticized, yeah, you're getting beat a lot now, huh? And this and that. And then next thing you know, he's beating some of the guys that are beating him too. So yeah, he definitely stepped up. He definitely didn't give up. And I mean, I don't have no idea what his following is, but it's huge. So he got a pretty good thing going there, and I'm sure it's still going. He's still going out on the beach and doing stuff like that in Poland. So, hats off to him. He really, again, he got me coming again. So,
yeah,
it was watching his video, just making it look fun and made me want to pull again.
Yeah, ET is very good. He's really good. He's leveled up big time in the last couple years. He's had great showings at a lot of tournaments. If I were to guess, I mean, I would think that anybody would have better chances with him in a tournament than a super match. One of the things about ET, he is very strong, but his table and intelligence and ability to adjust and anticipate is far, out of a lot of the lightweights I've pulled, I think it's far more superior than a good majority of them.
Yeah.
Smart. He's very smart on the table. And so that means you might sneak a win on him round 1 or 2. You better hope you can get that, round 3 and 4 on him. But yeah, even in a tournament, he's rough competition. But I also have been seeing Joel. We haven't. Did we get a chance to pull in Oklahoma? All I know is I think you ran through the 154s maybe, but you've been leveling up quite a bit since then. Joel says he could be Bane if ET's Batman, he could be Bane.
Okay.
Yeah, he could wear the mask and everything like that. That could be
there
cool.
You go.
Right on.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense that you say that about ET, as a matter of fact, because him and Chewy, when they met up in Anaheim, Chewy was really concerned about the match because he's looked up to ET for quite a while and wanted to see where he was at. He ended up sneaking the win on him or getting the win in the hook, but that's Chewy's only tool, right? And ET can go everywhere. He can go everywhere. So it's kind of one of those things, like we were talking about that. they're like, yeah, I mean, if he pulls you again, he's going to go somewhere completely different probably, and he's really good at going those other lanes as well. It's not just like he has one good move. He's polished everywhere, you know.
Right, right,
Yeah,
right.
he's really talented for sure.
Joel says that's awesome. Makes me want to pull him even more. Bring out the best of both of us.
Well,
Yeah,
if you guys both dress up, I want to watch it even more.
yeah.
Yeah,
It's
seriously.
fun to watch Cole too.
Yeah.
Crazy. He'll get crazy, man. He asks, how many times have you pulled Michael Brown before Kane? We've pulled quite a few times. This super match has been it's been a long time coming, I think. I don't really think we've had a dedicated best of 5 yet with certified refs and all that good stuff.
There was a really good match you guys had I think last year at the compound event during the
Yeah,
tournament.
Battle Royale.
I remember that. That was a good match. I think I remember you taking his hand, but he kind of likes to hold on in that flopped position, and then he was driving sideways and just getting you further out. But yeah, that should be a good match. I remember yeah, I remember that.
Can you guys are ranked? Who's higher on which hand? Because you guys are different on right to left, right? As far as who's ranked higher.
Yeah, I think that a lot of people are better than me on the left, and I'm pretty sure he's one of them. On the right, so I've got in tournaments, I think I've got the winning record on him. But he's there, and he's definitely
And you
got,
guys are pulling just right, aren't you?
yeah. And I think right now this year he made the jump up to number 8, and I bounced down to number 12. I
Left hand or right?
right-handed, yeah. But he's been active. I haven't,
So here's
had,
your opportunity.
had the baby. So yeah, I'm working hard, man. So yeah, hopefully I'll be able to get that 8 back. That's where I was, I think, like last year or something like that.
So anyway, I don't know if you saw it, but they're saying that because of your family and all that you're soft. So you better fire up and get mad and use that shit. You hear me?
Well, that was Matt Silva, right?
Yes.
Well, I'm a very nice guy, Matt, and that's not going to change. But there's not a soft bone in my body. There won't be.
That,
Has Matt been giving you trouble?
Kane, I want that $20 in that beer, Kane.
So funny.
And I don't even drink, but for the bet, I'll take a beer. So yeah, I don't know if I'll finish it.
It's going to be a good time. I'm really looking forward to the Kringle pull.
Yeah,
have a really good turnout.
Sounds fun.
A lot of good matches on that one. Yeah.
Hey, Kane, do you have Corey's contact info? The redhead high school wrestler? The kid that he comes once in a while and he pulls with Elijah. A little bit stronger than Elijah. Really strong kid. He's a redhead, strawberry.
How old?
Oh, with glasses.
Does he wear glasses? No. That's another Corey. I'm talking about this kid. He's about 155, 160 pounds. He wrestles in high school. He's 16 years old. And if Elijah calls him out at the Chris Kringle, they're going to allow them to do a super match so long as his parents sign off on it. But I can't contact him, and he wasn't at the last practice.
I'm trying to think of who that is. Like, how often has he been around?
So I have a video of him and Elijah pulling a couple of months ago. If you go to my Facebook, you'll see him. You'll know who he is once you see him. He's been around for about 6 months, but he doesn't come to every single practice because he's a wrestler, so he's working with his team and whatnot. But really strong kid, strong hands. Everything is, But I've been trying to contact him. I don't know where to start because I don't have any. So you're not even sure who he is, so you probably don't have any contact
I'm gonna
info.
look at the video. It might help if me remember. It's possible if he only shows up occasionally that he might have been at the one or two practices here or there that I couldn't make it to, especially if it was, around Malia's pregnancy. But
Oh yeah.
you know what I mean? But no, I'm sure I can help make that happen, get his
And then you were
info.
setting up a super match with Brian, with Elijah. Is Brian okay with that?
Brian,
You were talking about to me at the last practice.
Brian.
Yeah. You came up to me like, hey, how about setting up a come on, Kane. You said you wanted to set up a super match with Elijah and Brian, I think sometime in early September, this December, yeah. First week in December.
Oh, for like Armfest?
Is it for Armfest? I don't know if it's for Armfest or whatnot.
If it's early December, God, no, I'm sorry. Like what?
All right.
Now, Brian?
We'll talk later. Yeah, I didn't
Yeah,
expect I didn't expect you to get all brain fogged and stuff. So I didn't want to do that on the show. So I apologize.
No, it's all right. Yeah, man. I don't know if it's just late for me or what, but yeah, let's talk.
Does the Arm Fest that you guys have in SoCal, is that always like the first weekend of the month, or how does that work? Or is it just random scheduling?
Yeah, it's typically the first Sunday of every month.
Okay.
And
Unless something crosses it.
not really. It seems like he's always running it. And there's usually super matches that can be set up if you reach out to them. They just don't like having too many, because they want it mostly to be focused on practice, and if it gets to be too many super matches, then it's a bunch of people watching and they want to practice. So yeah, the whole purpose.
But our match was exciting.
It was exciting. It was. Yeah, and that was like the first Arm Fest that we pretty much held hostage because of this show. I felt pretty bad, but it turned out to be a great day. It was because of the call out episode that we were doing.
Yeah.
Where everybody was making call outs, and then so we had all these match call outs, and we had nowhere to like have these matches, and everyone was thinking, well, we're gonna do this match, and everyone just decided, well, we're gonna do this at Armfest. We're gonna do this at Armfest. And eventually I had to call up Alan and be like, dude, we got like, I don't know, like 20 different people that want matches. They're like, what? Yeah, it was the most.
I would have said the same thing. What?
It was the most matches we've had at one Arm Fest. It was like I think we capped it at like eight matches, but a couple of them were both arms.
Right.
Yeah, Joel says, hell yeah, man, get Don that beer and $20. Strawberry cough out, y'all. And stay blessed. All right. What's up, man?
Kane, have you been working a little bit more at like your inside game? Like I felt that a little bit on the left with you the last time we pulled. Have you been working on that a little bit more?
Yeah, I mean primarily.
Yeah.
Like for the majority. And the right inside is actually way better than
Nice.
than the left. It's just I've had some things that have had to be worked through, I guess.
Yeah.
Healed and recovered on the right, and but right now it feels freaking great. I'm real happy with where it's at. I was just starting to like tickle some of those old injuries in the right, like this last practice, the last practice or two, have been going like every week for the past 2 months or so, and competing and all that.
Yeah.
I'm just starting to feel it again, but like not to the point where it's going to like injury again. So I think I'm going to be starting my taper before Kringle right about now, just do the maintenance stuff. But no, man, you were feeling really good, man, because there was like a year and a half maybe between that time and the last time we pulled. So
It's been a while. Yeah, it'd been a while.
the Kringle pull, I think it was, where we pulled again for the first time in a while.
It was at Dave Depue's whatever he had in September. Yeah, Grinder Gym. Yeah, whatever that one. Yeah, man, I've just been trying to just work, doing a lot of stuff with the hand. And funny enough, I started in the hook, as you know, but now I'm really, especially with my right, just trying to go more high hook to straight up, just posting and going backwards. And I think that the fact like that I started in the hook, I think it's really helped with that end path where I can kind of dip down and complete the motion. Whereas if I didn't, I don't know if I'd get stuck there or whatever, but I'm really happy I spent all that time in the
when
hook.
you were pulling in the hook a lot, were you still having people slip you, or were you holding on to them good?
Well, see, here's the thing, right? My hand is not very big, and so even getting there was a problem for me. So guys with bigger hands, I would try and hook them and get here. This would open up, and yeah, like as you said, I would either have to dump under, or if I'm being dumb, I hold on and get pinned. So I just thought, okay, let me just work on the other side. All of this.
Did it help when
get
you
into
got
the
strapped with them after?
Yeah, absolutely. But funny enough, when I got in the strap, I didn't want to hook. I felt more comfortable just pulling into the strap and going backwards. And I really like that pressure.
A lot of times things change too with when you get in a strap sometimes, where depending on the person again, but where it's the top pull isn't always as efficient against that opponent sometimes once they're strapped. In other words, like you take a hand over and they bail on you, so you end up in the strap, and then you try to take their hand again, and then it ends up kind of this turns a little, but it doesn't quite go all the way. But it's still enough for them to fight that side, where they're not really losing like this once it's peeled over, because the strap now is like a support.
Exactly. You're tied here, and so all these bigger muscles get to work for you to create that wedge, rather than you just lose that link outside of the strap. And even if you try and wedge here, right, it's basically impossible to access them without that strap, right? You don't have that
right.
But yeah, I like it a lot. I like getting into the strap. I think I like that tension and feeling, and I can feel like I can use everything. Plus, I like some of the cheats or tactics as we're calling them. I just love that whole that part of it.
Here or over this way, you're going to try and keep everything right here, and you're going to try and contain everybody. And sure, you still might go this way over anyway in the loss, but still the whole time you're trying to battle that, to just contain the person instead of hitting to win, that kind of thing, or pulling to just pull them over. Just try and absorb what everybody's doing. In other words, try and just control that and contain it. And then, again, we have these practices, and, you don't always have to go to where you're pulling to where you're going to be sore all week. You know, you can work on something else as long as you can find people to do things with you, though. You know, you gotta, again, that's where you always got to still find the right person to train with to achieve what you're trying to get after too, you know, because you can almost transfer that to the other person and tell them what you want, and they might want to do it too, you know. So
Yeah. Goes back to what we were saying just with the new guys with going through those drills and all that. That still
right,
applies to what you're saying, even with as experienced as
right,
you get, you need to be able to
right.
practice with someone who knows what you want to do and can give you the right pressures. And
Yes,
you not worry about, okay, we're gonna get into it and I'm gonna
right.
have my elbow blown out and uh, yeah,
Kind of
it's
like one of the guys in the last practice. He's a good puller. He's actually been winning a lot in the amateurs, and but you know he's when I was pulling him, um, he I kept I kept almost hesitating, but then I would take his hand, and then I'd hesitate and I'd take his hand, and I asked him. I said, "Why are you letting me do that?" And he said, letting you do what? And I said, I'm not letting you do anything. I said, yes, you are, because I'm even hesitating and I'm still getting on top. You're not even, you're too worried about the pressure or something, and you're not thinking about your hand enough. So I started, he goes, well, what do I need to do? You know? And so I started telling him, you know, what to do to try and get his hand on top. And then the next thing you know, now we were at a place where both of us were like right dead center. And I told him, I go, well, at least you didn't let me get over you, though. You know, we both, that's how it should be. If you have two good top pullers, you guys should lock somewhere right there. You know, otherwise someone's going to get over on the other guy. But you were letting me do that all the time. So now I expect him to be maybe even a little better on his top pull now, because he was already a top puller, but he was kind of sleeping on the reposition to
mm,
to get on top, whether it's to have the person slide into your hand or you repositioning to get there. Either one, he wasn't doing anything, and he was allowing me to get there. And so I was like, why are you doing that? And anyway, I worked with him, and he definitely got better. And I told him, I said, because if anything, you know, both of you might end up slipping a little more and going in a strap, you know, because you might, if another guy's a good top puller, you guys, if you both race up to get on top, you might slip anyway. And but still, that's better than your opponent getting over on you, you know, because once they get over your hand, there's no way you get that back. I
that's
mean,
such a terrible position for a top rope
yeah,
because you don't realize that once they're on, once it's all a height game, so you're trying to
right,
fight, but
right,
but it's a leverage thing at that point, and so if you
yeah,
keep fighting, it's just gonna go straight to the pad.
yeah.
You know, you have nothing with these fingers.
And it torques your hand funny,
Yeah.
and sometimes they'll even get those fingers.
Yep. Yep.
You know, and you'll be trying to pull to escape, you know, at
And
that point.
that's why I always go in the strap.
Yeah, yeah, exactly what I was thinking. I think
Right.
you're gonna end up liking the strap, Don.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I definitely need more practice, and I need to get someone who, you know, when, like even me, I have to find someone who's willing to sit there with me for a little bit and put that strap on, take it off, put it on, take it off, let me do something while we got it on, no, take it off, put it back on, just to see the positions where you end up. What can you do if I drive up or I drive down or I do whatever, you know, what does it do? Does it benefit? Does it, you know, again, what did we call it again? Tactic, not cheat. You know, you got to fine tune those tactics a little bit of what's going on, because what's really keyed me on that was really that last uh tournament, the uh
Series.
World Series. Yeah, and when I had that match with Greg Gray, I mean, he is ranked high. I think he's number 7 or something on the airs, but still, when I've never felt so uncomfortable in a strap. Really, I don't know what went on, or if I tried for too much and I was wrong. The setup, I know I was high on the strap, which I don't even know why I was high on the strap. If I was sleeping on during that on top of it, but whenever they said close your hand and they went to
Yeah.
close his, I went no.
Yeah.
I opened up my hand. I'm strapped to the guy now. I can't walk away from the table.
Yeah.
And I just opened up my hand because I didn't like what none of that felt like. And if
Yeah.
I'm doing that already, I already feel like, again, it's that losing before you start feel. I don't like that. When you feel like you're already going to give up something when you're just gripping, that's all bad. And that's all bad to be in your head. So I just didn't like it. And because of that, I need to know what that was. I need to know what that felt like because I don't want to be there again.
It's like this feeling, right, of them being locked in, but then when you close your hand, it's just something where you already feel out of position, but they're locked in,
Yeah,
right?
I
It's
know I
yeah,
knew he had everything, and I think he knew I didn't.
It's like when they're locking in, they're
Just
locking
as I
in.
knew I didn't, and he knew he did. I think it was the other way on the table where he knew he did and I didn't.
Yeah,
So
let's after pull a little bit at Kringle, and we'll mess around with the strap a little bit, because you being a strong hand guy, there's very like easy ways I
yeah,
feel for you to remedy that in the setup, to where you're gonna always feel comfortable no matter what the other person's
right,
doing. Where you should feel strong in the setup, and then the use of the strap. Um, the type of hand puller that I distinguish you as, Don, is, so there's different guys that like to pull up top. There's the kind that like to like fling up and out and play finger
right,
games and stuff like that. You're not one of those guys. Like
yeah,
that, typically, yeah, you're looking to control the hand, whether it's up
right,
here or whether it's down here.
right.
You're trying to control the match and hold on, and applying a lot of strength through your hand to do it. So that means for these guys that either want to play that finger game and slip, or try and force you in a hook or whatever, now that when you're in the strap, if you know how to apply that same hand strength into that top strap, with equal, tension on the bottom one, uh,
Mhm.
they're going to be along for your ride, dude. That's pretty much how it's going to be. You can use your hand, I think, big time, in the strap. So I have a feeling, just because the type of hand puller you are, you're gonna like it once you kind of find your spot with it.
Because I find myself, I don't know, I've never been. I think my matches have been more out of the strap than in it. So that's probably why I lack probably even practice in it, because most of the time I'm like holding on, or trying to.
I think
Um,
as you climb the ladder, though, you're gonna end up in the strap a lot more.
I know I am.
Yeah.
I know I am. There's no doubt in my mind if I go against that. If I ever go against Greg Gray again, I'm sure he'll slip and we'll end up in the strap again. Someone told me later that was kind of his game, where he wants to be in the strap like Devin, So and that was obvious too, because he definitely did not hold on. So uh, but once we got in that strap, oh, that was all bad.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're gonna do great in the strap. Todd, were we talking Brian Butcher?
I think that's his last name.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah. I think it must have just been a little excited or in the zone at practice, but yeah, that's a great match. We will talk about setting that up for sure.
I like that last name for an arm wrestler too,
Oh,
the
killer
Butcher.
name, killer name. And Brian's a top notch dude. Brian's also like a full grown adult. That would be a cool match with him and Elijah. But so the only thing would be finding a good date. I'd hate to see that be at Armfest for December, because that's going to be December 2nd. It's going to be right in there with
too soon.
Too soon.
Yeah.
It'd be good. I think good to maybe set up in January. And we would just have to find the right event. Even if it was for January Armfest, that could be cool.
That'd be cool.
I think that the UAL state championship, that's usually towards the end of January, right? Shaildhish?
Yep. Yeah, this time I think it'll be January 21st, that weekend.
Perfect. Yeah. That'll give Elijah 3 weeks, after Armfest. Well, I don't know where the first Sunday will fall. So 2 or 3 weeks at least before UAL, because you definitely want Elijah to get out there to UAL. There's going to be so much experience that he will gather at that one. I'd honestly love to see him just pull the amateurs there. It's going to be a lot of competition, but just a lot of
experience. Yeah. If he could do right, left, and if he's up for even doing multiple classes, that's what that's what we're taught. That's what Derek taught at least when I joined all of us, that guys, this stage that you're in, it's about experience. So don't feel reluctant to do multiple obviously both hands, but even multiple classes. Obviously if it's a money thing, then for entry fees, all that, but if you can get by that, you're gonna get so much experience. It's not about an outcome at that point.
Sure.
It definitely helps because even for me, having experience in doing some tournaments in the past, I was pretty damn, I think, rusty when I started up. And having that, getting back in that tournament really does help. I mean, because I had it in my head, like at first, like, well, I know what's going on. I just need to practice, and then just pick and choose what tournaments. And it's like, no, I need to get on that table in a few tournaments and get that going, because it's definitely, I don't know. I mean, I noticed things watching myself on these videos that they play, I mean, my very first tournament was Patterson, and I was like, I don't look like I'm going up there to the table like I'm ready to destroy. I'm bending my head over like I'm offering my neck to chop my head off. I mean, I didn't look like warrior stepping up. That's for damn sure, and I was like, what was I doing? Was I worried? I don't know. It just, when I walk up, my head's down, and I'm waiting for the guy to walk up, and my head's all down, and I wasn't praying. So I don't know. I had my head all down like that, other than, again, that wasn't a fired up attitude. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you bring up a good point. Like, I feel like Elijah's like mechanically prepared to go compete a lot. I think he'll do really well mechanically. I think the biggest factor that he's going to gain a bunch of experience in is the psychological, the competitive side, being on stage, and all that stuff.
He looks pretty confident though.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see how he responds on Sunday. It's a smaller tournament. It's at Grinder, but it's after Thanksgiving, so I don't think there's going to be like this great turnout. But I know him, and I'm still waiting to hear him scream.
Yeah,
he hasn't let that out yet. Right now, I know he will, and he might scare everybody.
You know what's funny? What's funny about that is after the matches is if I scream, I turn to my opponent and I say, "Hey, sorry about that. I had to let that
out." No, it's a good tactic to your kindness.
I'm waiting for him. The thing about the competition is cool is because whether the 13 to 15 works out or if they don't have anybody there to do it, and it's just the men's and he loses in 2 matches, it doesn't matter. I'm waiting to see him actually pull with 100%.
Right.
Not just practice and trying to get to it, you know, see how long he can hold somebody or down. I want to see him hit and look to really try, even if he gets, you know, to try to do, and that's what's exciting me. So I'm looking forward to this weekend. It's gonna be cool, man.
Does that grinder one? That's amateur and pro, or just pro?
Yeah, it's amateur and pro.
Okay.
And they have a youth. They have youth, but I talked to Dave, really nice guy. Called him, answered his phone, and he said, "Look, you know, when it comes down to the youth, if we don't get a turnout, you know, he'll return the money, which is cool. Or he might have a 115 underclass and group them all together. Problem is, Elijah's not 150. He's going to come in at a 154. So I don't know if he'll bypass that and let him just, you know, run with that crew or not. But it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, it's his first time out, and it's probably better. It's a small, you know, turnout anyways. And just, again, experience. The UAL thing is something we're looking at. I think we'll do that as well. And then to get these little super matches in between. It's just right now we want to get him more experience. And again, this will be the first and last time we ever do like a cut below and what he naturally sits at.
Well, that could affect things for UAL where he might land, but
it doesn't matter. Again, like you said, it's not about the win. It's about going there, pulling, feeling it, saying, okay, this is where I got to get to, and let him grow.
Just have him feeling strong for that. You know, whatever the weight, you know, happens to be on the day of, just have him feeling strong. Honestly, weight cutting, it's tough, man, because when you're close, you do want to think that, hey, it's just a few pounds, I can do it. But I feel like it's almost mental, you know, at a certain point, because if you don't, then obviously you don't make it. But then you get in your head and you're like, oh man, I'm at the low end of a weight class where everybody else is like is 20 to 30 pounds, and they were the guys cutting 10 pounds from that. So you know, it's you get in your head, and I think even for experienced guys who haven't done it, like, I couldn't even recommend it. It's really, I feel, for at a higher level, like higher pro level guys who can do, you know, they can really commit to it, and they have a very strict regimen and protocol. I feel it only should be for that level, to be able to do it effectively. But yeah, you know, he's from just the one time I saw him, I think wherever he lands, you know, if he can bring that energy, he'll have a great experience regardless of outcome.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if he throws someone over on a win. I think we're going to hear Dad scream.
Oh yeah. Oh, I know I'm going to scream. Oh yeah, for sure.
So Todd, is he going to do a Kringle poll too?
Well, that's the thing. So I'm trying to contact Corey, because Corey, the redhead, he actually asked me, hey, I want to do a super match with Elijah. And I'm like, yeah, that's cool. Let's schedule it sometime though after the pull hook press, because he wanted to do it earlier. So now that this Kringle thing is going on, this is it. But I haven't seen him. He wasn't there at the last practice. So we're trying to get it set up. I know he's going to say yes. His parents have to sign off on it, and then Elijah, talking to Travis, Elijah's got to call him out in front of everybody. After the whole super matches are done, it'll come in, if Elijah wants to, at the end, to call Corey out, and then we'll have a little bonus match in the youth division for all the kids to watch.
Okay.
And hopefully grab that was the idea. So it wasn't to interrupt the schedule. It was like a bonus pull to advocate the youth. But I got to get in touch with Corey first. So
let me know. I want to be in his corner for that one for sure.
And Corey's stronger. Like they get into it and they kind of battle center, and then Corey ends up kind of being able to drag him down because he's just stronger. So it's going to be a lot of hand positioning and who can hit and get the advantageous position. If Elijah can get position and hold it, then he has a good chance to wear him down for even if he loses the first round to come back in the later rounds. And Elijah's got great endurance, so it's interesting, and he wants to pull somebody stronger than him. He doesn't want to pull somebody he knows he's going to be able to take. He wants somebody that he's not sure he can take and then climb to that. So that's just, it's a beautiful thing. That encourages me.
That could be more fun.
Yeah, exactly.
It's mystery. You never know.
Exactly. Yeah. So
we actually were planning on coming to the pull hook press just to support him. Unfortunately, we had an opportunity to see my 100-year-old grandpa who has not met.
Do it.
He hasn't met Odette. Hasn't met Odette yet. It's gonna be his first time meeting Odette.
Wow, that's cool.
So
Fantastic.
It's important, but I guarantee you, I'm gonna be like watching the live stream as much as I can. We don't see him till 2, so it depends. I'm guessing Elijah's gonna be starting to compete before then. So I'll definitely be watching the live stream. Wish him the best for me and tell him I'll be watching.
I will. Thank you.
Yeah. But
I'm sure Benji or somebody will have that going, huh?
I'll totally corner McCringle. Yeah.
Thank you, brother.
Who does the live stream?
Usually Dave runs one.
Dave himself will kind of set something up, and it's on his YouTube channel.
Okay.
So he'll post a link out, and he usually has it running for the whole event.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to do one of his sometime, but I keep on. It seems like it's actually difficult to discipline yourself sometimes to not pull at a practice because you're pulling a tournament the next weekend. And you're there at that practice because you're just hanging out with the guys, and it's like, but yeah, that's pretty difficult. But with the tournaments, I don't get everything on the calendar, so I kind of just grab them as they come. So, but I keep on missing the grinder ones. So I'm going to have to make that a date on one of those just to try and
they're good. I enjoy them. And Dave's a great dude. It's just so tough because it depends on where your path is with arm wrestling and competition. You're either on the path where you need to just go out and get experience and compete as much as you can and practice as much as you can, and who cares what the schedule is. And then there's the path where, like, I'm serious about this. If I go compete in this one small tournament, this is going to mess up my training that is going to lead to maybe the state championship or whatever. So there's like a lot of guys that have gone in for UAL, and they're not going to compete in these, next couple of tournaments going on, because they're going to have to do their taper from their training and for these little tournaments where they could just keep making gains all the way until January. And that's the tough part to be. Like, I'm like right in between there. I still want the experience, but it's like I'm not going to pull hook press because, like, I'm gunning for Mike. I'm gunning for Caleb and Jamie Barrett when come Kringle pull. And
he's gonna be Jamie's gonna be there from Australia.
You will. He's got a super match with Caleb, and since both of those guys are a couple badasses, I can pretty much guarantee you they're going to compete in the tournament after.
Yeah, and I hope they just beat each other up too,
dude.
I was a little blood in the air. Yeah.
I was really impressed with Jamie at last year's pull hook press. That's the first time I saw him. Yeah. He had the match with Fisher, right?
Yep.
He didn't show up there, but obviously, like, no, that doesn't mean anything because it's Alan Fisher. But then in the tournament, dude, he was awesome.
What really impressed me about the kid, we ended up polling at Mr. Olympia like literally a week after that, maybe 2 weeks. But yeah, when he came out, he was just, touring everywhere to like get his experience in here in the States. So he went to Arm Fest and pulled everybody a lot nonstop. And that was like, I want to say the day after pull hook press or something. And yeah, just nonstop pulled in Vegas. Yeah, that guy's a machine, and he's
He's like 20 years old.
no, he's like, I mean, I
He's like
think
18.
16 at the time. He's like probably 17 right now.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, young kid.
He's the number one lightweight in Australia. He's their number one. But it's going to be a good, interesting match between him and Caleb. But
Caleb's getting stronger too, so he's
Man.
he's definitely getting stronger. So he's still hitting a lot of stuff too. Because I was just thinking, man, there's no way I could keep up with that. Not at age 60. I think I would end up having to fall out because of healing. It would just be too much.
yeah,
And because I'm trying to still. I'm trying to still hang out like Todd, and I want to have fun and enjoy it. And that's not going to happen if I'm hurt. So I'm trying to play it smart, discipline myself. And it's not so much because, like you were saying, Kane, about being serious. I'm just serious about not getting hurt, and trying to just stay in the game because I tried to get back in it years ago, and I stepped in with lack of training, to where I wasn't ready. I did a tournament and I got hurt with my right arm, and it was enough to, make me not want to pull. So I did one more tournament left-handed only, and then I kind of fell away again. And I was like, wow, that was short-lived. 2 tournaments and out, huh? I I placed and won one left-handed, but uh, still it was so short. I was like, man, because I was just hurt, to a point where it's like every time I put any pressure, it was painful, and I didn't want to keep pulling just left-handed. So I kind of fell back and went right back into fishing. And this time I'm trying to do it a little different, a little slower pace with more training. And but I'm still, even with the training, I'm watching that, where I'm allowing myself to heal before I push it. I mean, there's days where, it's like, I'm not feeling that bad, even though I'm still a little bit sore, and I'll go ahead and do something at home and train and, do something else. But for the most part, I'm trying to watch it the best I can, because you never know when that's going to happen. When this is a sport where you can get injuries, whether it's a tendon pain or what have you, even just muscle pain, strain.
you gotta work.
So right. So I'm just trying to make sure I train things and trying to stay in a little bit and have some fun with you guys, because I'm sure enjoying the hell out of it. Just like Todd is. Yeah.
Not just the age, but there's a major difference in styles between you and Caleb. Not to say he is very strong, but your style of pulling is going to inflict a lot more self-injury. It's going to inflict a lot more soreness and need for recovery time. One of Caleb's biggest skill sets is efficiency. And he's got a very long arm and a really good top roll. And if you can get really good and efficient in that area with the majority of the people that you pull, your need for recovery is going to be very minimal. You're going to always be driving into your elbow. It's just, going arm to arm a lot more. I could picture you benefiting greatly from the European style of training. I only say that because I draw a lot of similarities between you and I, the way we pull, and I will make myself sick needing recovery, because of the style I feel like that we pull. And so I'm personally trying to adapt more of the European style pulling, which means
what is the reference to the European style?
Which means when you're table training, you're going to be working a lot more on mechanics. You're not really going to be going 100%. You know, if I'm gripping up with somebody, like I'll spend maybe, I don't know, 15% of a table training with stronger dudes that are going to methodically hold me in a certain area. Like I'll grab Derek,
Right.
and I'll say attack my bicep, you know, and he'll hold me here and he'll attack my bicep a little just to get a few safe gains, and he'll know exactly where to go to make it not, you know, strain a tendon or something
Right.
like that. The rest of the time I'm working with the newcomers and then working on mechanics. So
Right.
not a whole lot of strain happening there, but just a lot of good conditioning and mechanics. The gains are happening in the gym.
Yeah.
That's the main differentiation between Western styles of training and European. You know, they're mostly just hitting the mechanics on the table, and they're getting their strength gains in the gym.
And
So
and
that's where they're
even
going heavy.
even frequency, a lot of the times those European guys, they're doing it like once a month, the table time. You know, whereas with us, we can do either weekly or bi-weekly, you know. Their main focus, at least at a high enough level, they're like, okay, I want to get stronger, so I'm gonna spend most of the time in the gym, get as strong as possible, recover, to be able to hit the gym as hard as I can, and then put it all together during that once a month, whatever, table session where also I'm not going crazy. I'm just working on putting things together, working on my move.
Right.
Yeah, it's smart, but it's so difficult because, and I know I'm saying this, but like I'll go to my next practice and just you know, it goes out the window, and then I'll lock in to, you know, some guy and drive sideways and turn into Todd Hutchings, and then you
It's
know,
fun to get sadistic, man. I know.
yeah,
Well, if I was there, I'd say, well, I thought you were wanting to work on this.
yeah. Yeah, so it's yeah, I just need to keep in mind that I'm not trying to kill myself, and you know, I don't need to kill myself to get better, basically.
Right. Todd, Ed Bedrosian says father and son combo super match. What do you think?
Ooh.
Oh, he's got a son.
Well, no. Well, that'd be cool. But set it up, set those matches up simultaneously. So you have
Oh, I see what you're
with
saying.
Ed, and then
Yeah.
Oh,
Elijah
And
can
then
have a
have the
match
boy.
with Brian Butcher. Something we can
oh,
set
that
up
would be
early
yeah,
January.
that'll be cool.
That would be golden.
Yeah, that'll be cool. Let me go first. Let Elijah be the main attraction because ain't nobody come to see. Oh, I can't wait to see what Todd does. Yeah,
Could be the
Come
warm up.
on.
yeah, I'll
I
be the
do.
warm up. Let them be the main event.
Oh no. That's
I
gonna
want to see
blow the
what
roof
Todd
off
does.
anywhere we do it, dude. Yeah, we're gonna blow this up.
I'll
We
be
are.
in your corner, Todd.
It's so funny. Only righty though. I can't do left.
Okay.
Oh, wait a minute. If you're pulling Ed, shoot, I know Ed too. I might have to say one of you win.
Ed,
Man, I'm not offended, brother. I would root for Ed if I were you. You might be safer.
I would root for Ed.
you gotta let me use your badass camera so we could still get some like Ed Bedrosian photos of the super matches.
Yeah, really.
Hey, either way, it's going to be awesome. Ed's like one of the coolest people in this sport, man. He's such a great dude.
Absolutely. Yep.
Sure.
Yeah, he's a cool dude.
I haven't had a real chance to really sit and talk with him. I've seen him and whatnot. Yeah. No, he seems like a really cool. Everybody's cool, man. This community.
Yeah.
That's what I keep telling people. I'm like, man, you think these guys? A lot of these guys are alpha males and they walk around. Listen, everybody can be beat. It's humbling. So they don't walk around all egotistical in the context of this sport. And that's what I think really brings that balance to the community. That's why I love it so much. It's really cool.
There's no such thing as an arm wrestle that ever that never lost unless
Exactly.
they never did a tournament. Those are the people that will say they never lost, the ones that never did a tournament.
Yeah, that's the truth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But by no means am I, this is all about my boy. I'll be doing this for fun, but I'm not living a pipe dream, man. I'm all about Elijah and watching this kid grow and just become something significant if it's possible. So
come on, Todd, you're gonna be world champ.
I'm not doing it. Now I got a wife. Her name is Monica. She's from El Monte, and she scares me. I'm not going to step too hard on this. I've had my time in the sunlight in sports. It's his turn. So, but yeah, man, to be able to do it and say, hey, I saw my dad get killed on the table, and it's cool.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Yeah.
Don't ever underestimate yourself.
I'm not. I'm just playing mind games with Ed right now.
I know.
I'm hitting that wrist wrench every day now.
There you go.
That's so funny.
Break it out for you right here. You ready?
Let's
Don't
see it,
forget
man. I'm getting on that creatine tonight.
I'm gonna have to train harder for you, Don. Oh boy.
Hey, it doesn't have the same effect once it's in you for a while,
Yeah, I don't know if it does the damn thing, but
yeah. It seemed like when I first got on it, I really felt like it was pumping me with water gain, really. But and it did make me feel like I had probably a little more there to work out more. But and I think it probably even helped with recovery. But I think it's probably maybe even better for recovery than anything. But
that's the main thing.
Yeah,
and that enables you to be able to work more consistently without feeling so sore.
Right, because that's what I keep. Like the supplements I'm taking most of them are for recovery. Just to recover from everything, so I can just do it again. Because it's definitely a different game at age 60, and I can only imagine what Fisher's 70 something going, isn't he?
He's like 123.
Isn't he getting close to 70 now? Or
that dude's amazing.
He's mid to late 60s. Yeah,
I
think mid to late 60s.
Yep. Yeah, because I'm sure he's having his battles too now. Once you get up there like that the muscle just wants to start going away on you. It's hard to keep it. And there's definitely a battle there. And so, I mean, at some point, I'm going to have to give in and be grandpa. But right now, I want to have more fun.
Yeah,
good stuff, man.
Yeah. You and Fisher have been around to see a lot of change in the sport, man.
Yeah. Right.
You started out like side pressure, the hook stand, and then it advances to top roll. And I remember when, John's career and people were saying, oh, he's cheating with that top roll and all that,
Right. Right.
Really cool.
Yeah, it's funny.
That way.
Speaking of you saying that, whenever you arm wrestle someone who's not a tournament person, when you do what you do for tournaments against them, they say you're cheating.
Yeah.
Oh, you bent at the hip. Well, you're not supposed to do it like this.
Yeah.
That's another thing too. Like just explaining to people, just normal people that you can do so much more with your body.
Right.
Yeah, that's been on my mind, really trying to put out something good that explains exactly why leaning your body is not at all cheating, and where I want to start is how I like to do it with like regular people is I say, okay, you lean, we're gonna arm wrestle, and you lean. What I let them do is I let them fully lean, and obviously I can hold them right here, and they get to see themselves with their arm opened up like this, and they're leaning, and they get to see that nothing's happening. They themselves see that, oh wait, I'm leaning all the way, but I'm not connected to any part of my arm or hand, so it's
Right.
not doing anything. And
Right.
when they get to see that and they put it together, then they start to understand.
Your arm's
Right.
got to be strong enough to hold your body weight up.
Yep.
If it ain't cheating. Yeah, I tell people usually it's completely the opposite, man. You got to be so much stronger if you're going to play that game because of there's a body weight incorporated. I don't know. There's so many funny things about that. Like if you say, okay, well, all right, so we can't use our body. All right, how are we going to judge this? So you're not going to use your body at all when you're like, even guys that are like just so they're not doing this a little bit. They're not doing this a little bit.
Right.
Like where do you draw that line?
Just pure internal rotation. God,
Right. Yeah.
the more I see this, the more I cringe. Like how unsafe this is. Not
that's
even
what
not
we-
even for arm
that's
break, but
what
just for your
the-
rotator cuff.
That's what the non-tournament people do, though. You know, they think it's just to put your arm down like that. Because even before I was doing tournaments, I was still doing that myself. You know, and that it's whether I was beating people or not, it's just funny to think how little you actually know about the sport. And that's what I tell people all the time is I tell people, I say, hey, if you ever see someone just doing it on a table, either tell them not to or tell them to at least not open up their shoulder, when they're doing that, because
Never
the arm
yeah.
doesn't go then. It snaps. And when you pull the shoulder in, the arm can go down. And so it's really a body position thing. And you just can't, when someone you go into bone torque. Once you open up, you're going against bone. And that's just not a good. There's pros that end up in that position, and they've done it for so many years. It's kind of like they're seasoned into it, where they can put themselves into that position and still hold. I mean, one of the guys who does it almost the most that I know off the top of my head that we know is Scott Wynn. Scott Wynn is a guy who can turn his shoulder and be in a loose position, and he's way over here with his shoulder out and he's holding, and he's just hard to pin out there, and but he can do it. It's a dangerous position, but again, Scott Wynn's been doing it pretty much all his life. He's seasoned for it.
He knows what his frame can handle by this
Right.
point.
Right. And so again, it's just it's the new people. It's the new people for everything, even them overtraining, going gung ho into it so hard that they're training so hard. Next thing you know, man, they're getting tendonitis and they're in pain but now they want to train and they can't. And so then they end up doing a tournament anyway, and then they end up hurting a tendon or a muscle ligament or something, and then now they have to step out. So it's one of those things of I don't think they should go too rush into it either. Again, it's a progression. You take it in stride and you listen to your body. When it's pretty sore, let it heal. Don't put sore on top of sore, because you're kind of messing up the whole process of building while you're healing. So anyway, I think that was probably one of the things I think I did too myself when I first jumped in it. It's like when I started training, I thought I probably did it a little too much, and then when thought I put myself into a little bit of pain by doing too much, I went ahead and did a tournament on top of it and then made it worse, and when you make it worse, it's going to take longer to heal now. So, when you're doing your training, listen to your body. When it's hurting, even if, see if there's other things you can do too. Like if you're hurting when you're in a hook, does it hurt when you top pull? If not, top pull. Next thing you know, you're going to be a better top puller. So usually there is something to do. Still, it sometimes there's things that happen. Like I had that tendon in my elbow hurting me when I quit last time, to where any side pressure at all was just zinging me. I mean, it would make me just let go. I couldn't take it. So it's like, what do I do with that? Because all it would take would be one hard match and it would come back. And so that's been years, and I train differently this time too. I probably trained a lot smarter now, I guess because I'm older. But I want to make sure I try and stay in the game. So I don't want to fade off that quick. I'm having too much fun. This old man.
Absolutely. Yeah, the whole concept of I don't know, the biggest thing that like blows my mind about arm wrestling, and I tell this to people that like don't arm wrestle, that are like wanting to know about it, is draws back to what we were talking about with the whole using your body thing. Because I let people know that I don't care how heavy like I ever go in the gym, I will never experience a workout like I do at a arm wrestling training, like on wrestling tables, going for 3 to 5 hours or whatever it is. Not even close, not even remotely. And the reason why I say it relates to that whole body weight thing is, if you break it down to these people that don't understand, like, first off, that you can use your body in arm wrestling, but what that means, you start breaking down the pounds per pressure of what's actually happening on a table. It's monumental compared to training with isolated weights and cables and stuff like that.
Right.
So you take somebody to train, like the way I break it down is, okay, so you got somebody that can bicep curl or hammer curl, 70 pounds, 90 pounds, or whatever it is, right? Okay, so now they're against you and they're using that. All right. Now they can do a lat, pull, row or whatever, 300 pounds. Now they're incorporating that too, they can do weighted pull-ups or whatever. But those factors, and then you got how much they can wrist curl. Now, like, add all these pounds of pressure up, and now they're going to drop their body on you too. And say this person's about 165 pounds, say they're 250, say they're a super heavyweight,
Right.
Now you got two people locking on doing the same damn thing and creating variations. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's nothing like it.
There's no machine that feels like that.
Right. Yeah. And are you going to get that same workout like sitting here doing internal rotation like this? That's just stupid. You're using a little bit of chest and some little muscle in your elbow or something, but yeah, when you compound all those together, and it's with people that have been training to be able to sync them up together and utilize their weight, that's an incredible amount of pounds per pressure being used at a table. What we train for is nuts. The funny part is it's so specific. It's so weird. You're not going to apply that to a lot of things in life.
Right. No, serious.
You can handle all those pounds of pressure and that stupid weird motion, but then you can't go and throw a baseball without
Here's one thing that I enjoy that seems to help, I think, and that's setting the hook on a fish. See that wrist?
A little chop. Oh, you're talking about the rise. Oh, to set it, right?
Yeah,
right.
The risings.
Yeah.
Well, I imagine too. I don't know anything about fishing, but just this whole motion, like, so much posting needs to happen for you to.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's just posting.
And that's where you were feeling good, Shaildhish. That's what I was most impressed about when we got to pull again for the first time in a while. Was it the strength increase was there? You had a lot of strength increase, but your utilization to rise and
Yeah.
start using that, wow, man, that was impressive. That was really cool.
Yeah,
Hey,
that's
is this record time for us?
Oh my God, it might be. This
I
would,
just looked at the clock and we've been
yeah,
3.5.
wow.
this is our first 3.5 hour show for sure.
Yeah.
You guys,
Yeah.
are you guys taking the day off tomorrow for the holidays?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
by
we-
by putting laminate floor down. Yeah, I'm taking
In
it
your own
off.
house, though. In your house. But Todd, you're gonna be able to sleep in a little bit.
Oh yeah, yeah. We're
Good.
going to my parents' house. They only live 10 minutes from here, but yeah, we're gonna be lounging tomorrow morning for sure.
Okay. All right, man.
Don,
Well,
you should have bought the board from me, man. I would have been able to save you a lot of money.
You would?
uh,
I should have bought it from you.
Should have bought it from me.
Oh God, you know what we went through from that for that stuff too. Mm.
What store
Trying to
did you buy
find.
it from?
Was it that Floors and More or some big shop? Is that what it was or something? There's a big,
Oh.
big floor place out, and they actually the stuff that we ended up getting was it's supposed to have the waterproof lifetime warranty, all that stuff, you know, because there was other stuff that was like a 20-year, and it's like I don't want to replace my floor in 20 years, you know. So we got the
what
lifetime stuff. Huh?
Eternity, or was it or TriWest or?
Yeah, it was a product that they actually like changed or something on it to where this was like the last of this deal, so they had a sale on it. But we had to get it all from 3 different stores to get enough for the house. So we ended up getting a high quality floor for a deal though, because I wasn't wanting to get that other stuff where I was going to be replacing the floor. But then again, I don't know. I ain't going to be around in 20 years, probably. I don't know. Maybe, I don't know.
If you have any questions, if you have any questions with the floor you bought or anything like that, contact me.
Okay.
I'll be more than happy. Call me anytime. You can get the number from Kane and you call me anytime, and
always good to know.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right on. Thanks, man.
See what happens when you get a Puerto Rican on the show, man. You go 3.5 hours. You don't know how to shut up.
And then you talk Florida.
Freaking contagious, bro. It's contagious. Just never invite my mom on the show.
Oh boy! All right, let's do this.
We're getting word in. It's funny, dude.
Shaildhish, I just put the website in the description section, so we're locked in there. Anybody wants to go check out armwrestlingpraxis.com?
Appreciate it.
Right there in the description.
I'm looking forward to your other articles too. Anyway,
thank you.
I like how you're writing.
Appreciate it. Yeah, I have some things in my. I actually have a lot of things in mind but I always like to get feedback from all you guys in the community because, like I mentioned, there's a lot of experience and smarts here too. So, if I can leverage that and eventually get to a point where I'm bringing other people on board, I don't know if I can pay you yet, but maybe in the future we'll see. About all that, I think it could be cool.
Well, let me tell you what, we've been paying to be the show for a long time, so I think that's this has been a sport where we are the show and we pay to be the show. Because even if a lot of times with the payouts on the pro division, a lot of times that's probably going to cover your gas, if you had to travel, go up north or come down south or whatever the case, that's probably going to pay your gas. I mean, I was stoked to win 250 for 4th in the World Series, but that did just pretty much help gas, traveling from up here down there. But still there wasn't an entry, which was golden, and on the final. So that definitely helped with less expense going out, you know. So
I think that's the next stage, right? I think the more people, that's how I think about it, right? The more people we get in, the more eyes that we get in. Um,
maybe the payouts can
like
get bigger.
exactly, and
Mhm.
this site is just sort of one step towards that, because if we can sort of educate people and also get people plugged into the community, it's just a better way of doing that. More money comes in, and maybe like I'll have to like rob a big bank or something and then divert all that money into but um yeah, I think just step by step, but I think that is the next stage. And yeah, I'm always trying to
It's
think of ways to get there.
it's interesting too when the more people you have in a class in any given tournament, the more interesting it can be because there's so many people competing now. Uh, it could go all over the place with, again, when you have two guys that are really beating each other so bad in a match, they kind of fall each other off, because they just burnt each other out. So when you have that many people, it's funny how the top ends up sometimes because of people again beating each other up so bad. When there's that many people, you never know how that final outcome is going to end up, and of course, unless Vretch is there, then he's probably going to win, and you're shooting for second.
You're talking about Fresh?
Yeah,
Oh man, I had my at that what was it? Yeah, the Dave Depew event.
That's
I had
right.
I had my first encounter with Frej right and
You did.
left. Oh my God. Like I've seen like all the videos, so I know what he does, but just feeling it, just
right,
feeling him start out here and him giving me everything, I was just like,
right.
really? Can I not do anything against it? And then, they say go.
Right.
I literally just pull, as post as hard as I can, and boom, nothing.
Yeah, it felt like a pole, didn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, I got to pull him too. So because even the referees asked me whenever I got up there, they said, because at the time I didn't have a loss, and they said, "Do you want to pull this match?" And I said, "Yeah, I want to pull this match. I got to feel it."
Yep. Yeah, he's special.
Yeah,
Yeah, he is.
nice guy. He's not going to hurt anybody. Like, but yeah, I mean, I want to feel that too. That total amount.
I tried to soften him up. I tried to soften him up too. Whenever I got up there and shook his hand, I said, "Rich, I love you,"
Yeah.
and he goes, "I love you too."
Mhm. Yeah,
but I'm still gonna beat you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he was probably just tickled that I wasn't going to give in, and I still wanted to pull because I knew where it was going to go, but I just wanted to feel how solid he was, you know.
Right. And well, let's yeah, drawing back a little bit to the monetary thing. I've heard for, I don't know, the past few years now, a lot of talk about just big grandiose things about how we're gonna bring more money and sponsors into the sport and everything. And lately I've been of the mindset that it's time we just start a little bit locally. What baffles me is how many clubs we have here in California. Like, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we have more teams in our own state than we have in the whole country. It wouldn't surprise me. We've got so many teams in this state. And we're very spoiled with the amount of tournaments and everything like that. What I have noticed is there's just not a lot of organization between all of them, like as a state. I don't think we need to look at it in a very large, grandiose way. I think we need to start locally right here.
Well, you're kind of doing that with the Armfest, aren't you? On the Southern California end.
Well, now it brings people together for practices. Absolutely. There's a lot of things like that are making small steps towards it. I'm definitely throwing around the idea with some people in the local community in terms of potentially getting a committee going. Nothing too formal, but we need to kind of get our heads together to, I think, organize as a state. And that would be down to events that we're throwing, and ways that we can optimize everything and really organize. I think that's one of the biggest things that is deterring sponsors, and has always been the problem for keeping us from getting the Olympics and everything, is just this kind of segregation and disorganization. We've got these small little factions of organizations and tournaments happening and everything like that. And to really fully combat that's a lot to chew. It's a lot to change, but we've got our state here with a lot going on. And I feel like we can start here, come together, get some of the heads of the state, some of the key people.
Someone brought it up before about looking more for sponsors per team, because even when you look at, let's say it's even whether any kind of company or restaurant or anything that sponsors people, it's always team pictures up there. It's always teams that they're sponsoring. There's no individuals up there. Everything seems to be team sponsor.
Right.
And then they end up getting, they're on the shirt. You got team shirts and all that kind of stuff too going on. But I think that would probably fly better too when it comes to, you might actually get a team sponsored more so than individual.
100% agree. That's one of the big things that Kane and I have been talking about since like North versus South and stuff, is that the more that teams show up with their logos and their matching shirts or whatever it is, it looks professional. The aesthetic from the outside looking in, it doesn't look like that bar sport anymore that everybody thinks it is. You're right. I mean, any business is going to want to sponsor, a dozen athletes as a team, as a whole, than an individual. Until you're on that Devin Larratt or Michael Jordan level, right?
Right.
Then you're, obviously individual, that's a thing. But yeah, just the team aspect, I totally agree with that. I think that would blow up things as far as the availability for us to have different sponsorships and different venues that open up, like how Scott was talking about that, he thinks that we should always be in like a huge hotel with a conference center, and it's, again, that's the aesthetic, that's the eye appeal of it. It looks more professional. The team thing is just pointing it all towards that way, and I think that actually I know for a fact that like 4 or 5 teams have started since Kane and I have started doing these podcasts in California, and showcasing different things, and people. There's been 4 or 5 new teams that popped up, groups from different areas, the Visalia team and different places that made a little team, and it's awesome. It's awesome.
Yeah.
We're all motivating each other to do that.
That is.
And you have competitions.
Yeah.
And each team can also have a youth division. Our boys versus your boys, including your son, Josh. 9 to 11, right. 12 to 14, 15 to 18. We can taper it down to weight classes, kinda, but keep it more within age groups and start with the youth and go on to the adults. And out of every team, there will be 1 or 2 that rise to the top, and they'll grab them a little more attention. And that's how you grow the sport. It's exciting.
Yeah, for sure.
if you're on fifth and sixth graders, it might be better to use a girl. They're probably bigger at that age, aren't they?
Absolutely.
Yeah, yeah.
Get the daughter out there, the granddaughter.
I feel like we are there now. We've got a lot of teams organizing. Obviously,
Right.
Alpha Empire's been, killing it for a while in terms of organization and everything like that. Compound is doing an amazing job. Josh, you're killing it up there with Nowhere to Run. All these teams, you're right, they are coming up, and they're definitely more sponsorable than a single individual. We're doing that right now. And where I'm thinking forward is, the same concept, but as a state, we're California arm wrestling here.
Right.
And I feel like if we take all these teams that are organizing and find a way to optimize, not have tournaments step on other tournaments, and find ways to help each other, like who you got Ed out there killing it with photography. He should be involved. If there was some kind of committee or something, he should be involved, because he could be the go-to guy for photography with all these events. Who's our producer? Who's the guy that's going to help promote all these events that are not getting promoted? They're just not. We can schedule better, and we can optimize all these events much, much better, to create the idea of one big team of California. We'll have our little teams in here, but when we create more of that organized sense, I feel like for our state, that's when I feel like actual events that we're having can get sponsored, not just a team. And when we can get, a full event to have sponsors back behind it with good money behind it, that's when we can potentially hope for there to not only be really good payouts, but maybe even for the pro level, to really finally call it pro, not just open, not be paying to enter or go through some sort of process to be able to even, compete. I don't know, that would be, something that would have to be worked out. But once that organization falls in place with California, man, that's just going to trickle down with every state until we're looking at national organization. Yeah, that'd be great. That'd be great. The rankings would look better nationwide. It would definitely be something for money to get behind. You know what I mean?
Well, things are definitely different, because I used to only go to Mike's Garage, period. Armbender Garage, California Armbenders. It's all I ever visited. I never went elsewhere. Here lately, I've gone out to the Bay Area. I've gone out quite a few times now to Nowhere to Run out at Josh's. And I keep telling Josh I'm going to have a Nowhere to Run shirt with armbender on it.
Yeah.
It's just I'm going all over the place, and I'm enjoying that too, because of the different faces, different arms, different hands, and just different people to pull. And it's fun to hook up with someone like Casey, because he's got a huge mitt, and it's hard to grab him. So it's like when I grab him, it's like, I'm not trying to take your hand now. I'm just trying to take your thumb, because that's all I got.
Yeah, that makes me think of when we had Martin Kemp on recently. He had some really great points when we were talking about growing the sport, about how he really appreciates this, grassroots level of where it's at.
Right.
I think his points were partly that he doesn't think it's gonna grow in a certain, direction that we're talking about, but he also talked about that he has no interest in it doing that, that it would be that it's great where it's at. And I agree with that. The only area that I think is I don't want to say opposing the theory. I'd like to say more just adding an extra outlook to that, is that this is not going anywhere. we can build this sport up bigger and bigger and organize it better and create more opportunities for this sport, and for more people to get in it. And we are always going to have that opportunity to go to Mike McGraw's and pull. You know, we're always going to have that opportunity to go to a garage somewhere and, you know, pull with our friends. It's the same thing as any top level sport. Baseball and football, they're American pastimes. You can go out there with your dad and, you know, play catch. You can go and do some pick up ball, you know, in Venice or something like that. You know, that's not going to change. So I'm definitely an advocate. Let's keep going. Let's keep building it. Let's keep organizing this.
The only thing that that kind of, like, I agree with Martin about the fact that, you know, it's awesome how it is. I think we've said this before. I would worry about if it ever does get to, let's say, like an NFL or MLB level or something similar. You would worry about then the big paydays and the douchebag attitudes, right? Which is what we don't have right now. I mean, it's so few and far between, and they weed themselves out anyway. It would almost feel like we would be jeopardizing the humbleness and you know, the thing that makes this sport so special, if it did blow up and become so mainstream, right? Because then you'd have, you know, everybody and anybody. Now it's millions of people. It's watered down, like, basically, right?
Right.
Yeah.
It's a good perspective. What do you think, Todd?
I kind of fall in the middle of everyone. So I'm okay where it's at, but I think, you know how I am, man. It's all I'm pushing for Elijah, and Elijah will be a man at one time. I mean, at a particular point in his life, right? 6 years. I just think that the grassroots at the youth level is where it needs to be. Parents rally around their children, that grows popularity, and then all of a sudden people have vision. Vision is the key for anything. Business, sports, whatever you're doing. You first have to have the vision, and then you have to have the starting point. Well, we don't need a starting point. This sport's awesome already, but I think that once we get these youth to be recognized where they're at, and we can see them grow and be a focal point in their category, I think that will cause a growth just by itself. That's how you get it in the schools. That's how it grows. That's how it becomes an Olympic sport. And then there's no stopping it. I look at all these youth tournaments in Canada, competitions in the South, in Europe. I mean, these amateurs and these youth are so awesome. They are awesome. And I enjoy watching it. Why we don't do something to develop what we have even in our state? Like, what, look, it's not rocket science. It's already being done. It's just scattered.
It's probably growing because they are doing it.
That's what I'm saying. We only have to copy the model and then throw our little salt and pepper to our culture here, because the culture is different and we get it. We need to throw some bells and whistles on it and the little explosions and whatever. But we've got talent here. This is the United States of America. We're rich. We've got the facilities. We've got the gyms. We've got everything. So, you know, it's going to take a little bit of sacrifice. Easy for me to say. I have a son, so I'm pushing for him. But that will give attention to the adult version as well. It will. You know, the pros, you know, they have the attention on them, but not from the United States, not in the West. Because there's so many, we're so rich here. We have so many other options that arm wrestling is at the bottom, at the barrel. Where you see this sport huge is where there's not as many options. See what I'm saying? But we've got so many cool sports, and I'm not going to say, oh yeah, our goal is to be bigger than baseball or football or basketball. I mean, that's not reasonable. But we can have a piece of the pie. It's just going to take a little bit of, like you said, structure.
I don't know. I was a little. I was a little hurt that we didn't make it in the Olympics and ribbon twirling did.
That's what I'm saying.
Listen.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
doubt that it would be bigger than football or baseball ever, right? At any point, or things like
Absolutely.
that.
Yeah.
But that's because I feel like, I mean, our culture here in America is based off of entertainment, right? That's like literally. So you're right, and because this is a sport that's been around for hundreds and hundreds of years before a lot of sports in those other countries where, say, are not so entertainment based, it's more prevalent. But yeah, I do think that it could easily be or should be equal to some of these sports because of how long it's been around. And literally, when you look at the Olympiad and why the Olympics were created to help stop war, that's what arm wrestling does. It's a way of combat without violence, right? Without too much violence, or whatever we want to call it. But yeah, look, I mean, I think it could be up there.
Every other day, I said this, I think on the last show I was on, I hit Dana White up on his chat on his Facebook. Now I know it's not him; he doesn't have time to run his Facebook, right? It's a hired hand. But every time when he posts something, I like it, I comment on it, and then I bring up arm wrestling. I like it, I comment on it, and then I bring up arm. Dana, look at arm wrestling. Contact Devin. Contact these guys. I know you know who they are. Contact them. We can use your whatever, however I word it. But I just infiltrate it. You know what I mean? And I'm constantly on there, just constantly trying to get it. I know I'm being ignored, you know, but I don't care.
Hey, they're looking at us, man. They're looking at us, bro. Like Dana, he said it. I watch his podcast all the time when he's on different, stuff, because he's a super intelligent dude and has like a real good business mind. He says himself that he literally surfs and checks out all the stuff that nobody would, think of on the internet just to see where talent is and stuff like that. The guy that I met with 2 weeks ago, man, down in Newport, that guy, AJ Sabaki, and he's connected directly with them Furtada Brothers, and he works with Habib. Like he runs the league that Habib runs right now, and he's all interested in arm wrestling. So
see, that's what I'm saying. And listen, like he's doing this slap fight thing, right? And whatever, I like combat sports. I don't like it when you can't defend yourself. That bothers me. And I'm not saying it's wrong, okay? You know what I mean? But if he feels like there's a possible profit in that venture, and they were talking about how's it doing? Oh, it's really big in India. That tells me it's not doing too good. Okay? It's doing good in one little segment of the whole entire planet, right? Arm wrestling is huge on the whole Eastern Bloc. So if he's looking at trying to make an explosion and make money, if he gets into the promotion, it's right there waiting for him. Okay? Just start over there. It doesn't have to start on the West. And then work it over here. It's there.
He said it. He said it himself. I was watching the interview just yesterday about that. He said that it was completely a marketing ploy, and that if you take the UFC and football and all the other sports combined, he said multiply it by 4, and that's the amount of views that slap fighting the memes get. And so he was saying that like it's a social media like extravaganza. Like every slap fight has a highlight reel that gets millions and millions of views.
Right.
He said one lady had like 6 subscribers, and then she posted one video the next day. She had like 1,200 subscribers or something. In one day. Yeah, just from posting slap fight video.
I see that angle.
It's all YouTube. He's not making money at the venues. No, he's making money on the YouTube and shit. Yeah,
I got you. That's smart. I see him being able to do with the right promotion the same thing with arm wrestling.
Oh yeah,
bigger, more recognizable stars. These guys are superhuman. I mean, goodness, I saw the promotion for the slap fighting and the trailers, and they're fantastic. And esports versus West is getting a lot better. but it's still, it's still falling short on a few things that I see. Engen's doing a great job. Support him 100%. But we need to get to another level, man. It's not big enough, honestly, in my opinion.
Hey,
But
we don't need Dana, man. We don't need Dana.
Well,
We
I'm not saying,
already have people. No, I know you're not saying that. I'm clearly saying that he started out just like we are right now when he got into the mixed martial arts and nobody believed in his crap, and forever they were trying to get it off of TV because it was boring and long matches, and he figured out a way after the years to make it exciting and bring in the attitude and all the different stuff. So I mean, just like we're doing now, which I don't think that arm wrestling really ever had because of the absence of social media. So now that we have that platform, it's growing in a different way. It's growing in a different way than it was 30 years ago, right?
Yep. No, I agree.
I think they're all helpful, and a lot of the things that you guys are bringing up are super key. For me, it's a lot of what would assist those things. And I don't mean to be a broken record, but even when it comes to like the youth, right? I think getting the youth involved is, we've talked about it before. It's one of the hugest things that could impact this sport. But also, I feel like to make that happen, we need to have better broad spectrum organization. So when you mentioned like Canada, right? And Europe, these places that are doing that and doing it well, like I don't feel, maybe we could through some fluke circumstances. I just don't see us being able to replicate that in California right now under the current state. There's too much broken up teams and stuff where we're trying to see if we've got 2 or 3 kids on this team or 2 or 3 kids on this team where we could like make something happen. We need the organization, I feel like, to draw the youth in to actually see that there's something substantial to get involved with and follow. In Canada, they have way better organization. They just do.
I'd like to see
nationals, everything. It's very unified. It's very organized. They have a committee. They have all that. And so that's, to me, the biggest reason why it makes all that possible. Same thing in Europe. They've like it's super organized with how they have things out there. And so all these extra things, like even down to Dana White looking at our sport, from afar, like for him to maybe make that extra step, I think he would need to see something that is more organized in a broad spectrum, not just down to the team level. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Do you feel that super matches and tournaments should still stay incorporated with each other?
Absolutely. I mean, I think that the biggest place for tournaments is for an organized setting, is for rankings. That is, it's the best way to take a pool of athletes and whittle them down to who's the
I wish I could see more classes full, like 20 plus people would be really nice.
That's going to be organization as well. The super matches are the entertainment factor. They're so much more entertaining, especially for our sport. The tournaments they're just not going to draw spectatorship. They would draw better spectatorship if we were more organized. If it wasn't like in our own in one state alone, having different organizations and tournaments and stuff like that. It's something that would require, I think, craftiness, because
I think that was the issue that they didn't want to accept it into the Olympics. Was there's too many organizations, too many champions, too many all over the place.
Exactly. And there is beauty to having these small tournaments. Like I'd hate to see like Dave Depew have to run his tournament a certain way or something because now he's under some, arm wrestling governmental,
But you know what?
kind of
Isn't that
thing.
a cop out though? I mean, isn't
But
boxing that way?
sort of, I mean, yeah, it could be on, like, to me, like, he could still run his organization, or his promotions, but somehow there can be affiliation towards, it could be more of a qualifier to, go to the
Right.
one nationals,
I
that
I
all these events are contributing, almost like a franchise.
I think that just hearing you guys talk, I think that I like the idea a lot, and I think that's the key there, right? You have all these events and different promotions, and they all do well, and you don't want to obviously take away that autonomy. So you have to think along the lines of what is it exactly that we can do with this uh, organized body to entice them to want to be
Exactly.
affiliate. Like, what is it that we can provide? I think you think along those lines, and you start to get more towards what a clearer vision might look like, right? If I'm running an event and I'm approached by whoever to be affiliated with this, then um, everyone wants people at their event, right? So somehow, if I don't know, there's a way that you guarantee that hey, we can have 30 participants or this many participants, right? Also, we can also uh, work with like local, uh, you know, what a local hotel or something to lodge them or so. All this stuff requires money, obviously, but um, that those are just some of the thoughts in my head, right? What is it that you could say to entice different promoters to get them to go on board? Because once you have that, then I think all the dots start to connect and people start to see, oh, yeah, Dave Depew's tournament is different from the UAL's, but they're both kind of, somehow affiliated with this body, and no, I think it's a great idea. I think, yeah, I think
Well, we
just thinking more about it
heirs
is,
the heirs thing is kind of grabbing from everybody right now for its ranking system too. So
It's
and
trying. It's trying.
he's starting to uh put some things together too with some tournaments now. So in a way, because of the heirs thing and the ranking system, it's kind of making people get connected now too, because everything's going to him as far as any rankings and all that. And now again, he's also going to start to promote some tournaments, and he's doing it kind of in a unique way by the points, that, in other words, not just the top guys. He was talking about doing somewhere they're like in the middle, because no matter where you take those people, if they've had a record in the sport, you could take all the lowest guys in the ranking and have them compete, and it'd probably be a very interesting matches, because everybody would be equally matched or similar match. So the competition would still be probably exciting, because no one's blowing away, or they're just everything's good battles. And I think that's probably, I think what the mindset is there, by what they're trying to see if it's going to be very entertaining.
Yeah, they're
Yeah,
doing great things.
amazing.
It's what?
Oh, I was just saying that's amazing. Like adding, I'm always all for adding in everybody to be part of the big show, and you're exactly right. Like it doesn't matter what echelon you pick, if they're close, it's going to be fun to watch on the. Well, I mean, we seen that in April. We've seen a ton of guys that were beginners or newer, and they had wars because they were both 5 months or 6 months in, or what it might be.
Right.
Well, I think a lot of them are going to be closer than
I feel like sometimes they're even
there. Yeah, there's people that are on the very bottom of the ELO ratings or whatever their rating system is
Mhm.
that would give a lot of people a good match at the top. And a big part of the reason is because a lot of those people at the bottom were not, a lot of the tournaments that they're doing have not been counted. And
Right.
that's part of the issue. So I think what Corey's doing is phenomenal. It's great. And it's going to like organically, probably over time, maybe just more of a lengthy amount of time, cause anybody that doesn't want to contribute to that rating system, any of the promoters and events and stuff like that, that don't want to contribute to that particular ranking system, they would probably end up slowly not benefiting from not doing that. They would
Right.
benefit
People
more
aren't
from
going to show because you're not
doing it.
counting it.
Right now they're not there yet. It's going to take time for them to kind of, in a sense, get bullied out to where, and how it's going to happen is it's going to be from potential competitors not wanting to go register and compete in their tournament because it's not an ELO or Aries certified event or whatever but that's part of the reason, going back to what you're saying, Shaildhish, 100% is, if we can come at it in a way that is creating incentives for these promoters and everything like that, to where not only like is it going to help you like maybe make you more money and bring more registrations, having some form of affiliation to a broader organization, bringing you promotion, all kinds of things like that. I think it's more of an expedited way to, rankings, everything, to creating more of a broad spectrum organized system. And anybody, without making everybody conform, like it would make a more expedited organic path to doing exactly like what would happen if we didn't do anything with considering Aries, just which would be much slower. This way it would be like, okay, so if all these other organizations are getting incentives and everything like that to somehow be a part of this ranking system and organization and promotions and stuff like that, then it would be a much quicker path for the people that don't want to be a part of that, where they're probably not going to be very successful. But I don't know. I feel like it's kind of bullyish, but like it needs like a sensitive touch. You know what I mean?
I think like you said, there's some of the path seems to be paved a little bit by whatever Canadian organizations or whichever ones already seem to be doing it well. There's a lot maybe to be learned from them. I don't know anybody on that side, but I'm sure, you contact them and you can kind of trace their way of doing things. And just another way of also like in tandem doing it, just the way I think is, you know, if if you do it by promoting your own, like imagine, you know, we set up an event where it was promoted under the banner of this organized body, and everyone sees that event and just sees that it's the one to go to, it's the one that's run best, it's got the most people. Well, just sort of by affiliation, you already are getting the eyes of people, right? Um, so yeah, I don't know. Maybe the next North and South, we just gotta put up, millions of dollars up for everyone or something like that. I think it has to go along both lines, like um you have to try and reach out to others, but also have something that you're working on like centrally that can also attract them and show them that, hey, we actually are putting on a good show. And um yeah, that's sort of what I'm thinking.
You gotta help with that now, because that's one of the things I was saying after the first one, is that I would love to have 30 matches at the next North versus South, and try to have $500 for the winner of each, right? So,
And a youth division.
well,
Our boys,
obviously, I mean,
our boys versus your boys. Hey,
I would love
all
to.
the wives will come out and the aunts and uncles. I'm telling you. It's a travel ball tournament. I'm telling you. You got to have the youth division. I promise you. We've got guys at
Todd.
Alpha. We've got about 5 or 6 guys at Alpha. We got Matthew.
Todd.
We got me. I'm Elijah. We got
you guys have them all. You have them all down there. I'm not even joking. Like me and Kane have been talking about. We've been talking about youth for the last year, and there's only my son up here. Like that's it.
That's cool, but that's cool. That's it. We got them all down here. Nah, man. Look, you put the category in play.
There's obviously there's more. There's just none that are coming out of the woodworks. I mean, you can't.
Right.
You know, I've met everybody that's everybody up here, and like there's like a couple people that have kids that nobody brings them. I'm like one of the only people that brings their son to practice up here. You know.
Right.
They're not raising their kids. They're not raising their kids right.
No, hey, Travis was funny for that one, man.
Unite and organize this state. You'll have all those kids in the north out of the woodwork.
I hit up.
I agree.
I hit up on Facebook. I hit up Hector Beltran. Okay. From Mexico. Remember when you guys went to Mexico? Some of the guys from Alpha. So, and that was a great event, right? It was great. I watched it on YouTube. He's got a son out there, and there's a handful of kids out there. His son is 15, right? Looks strong as heck, right? Kind of a wiry kid, but I don't underestimate that. You can't tell by that. Looks strong, good form. He's arm wrestling some of the guys out there. The next time you go to Mexico, let me know, and we'll bring our 3 to 4 boys. They get their 3 to 4 boys, and you make a category. That's how it starts. It's fun. You create the categories, and people get a whiff of that, and then all of a sudden, you'll see these kids like, hey, man, I want to get part of that. Everybody sees it on YouTube. It looks fun. The kids are getting down. It's all good sportsmanship, but it's intense. Man, I'm telling you, man, you think everybody just watch Major League Baseball player? Every year in the summer when the Little League World Series happens, what happens? Everybody's watching because everybody loves the kids. You have to have categories like that. Even if it's one kid, you're doing this event against this other crew, and they got a kid that's 16, and we got a kid that's 14 or 15. Make a category. Let them go at it.
Well, Matt Silva says he's got your north kiddos. He says they've got a new boy, Jennifer's kid. You know who that is, Josh?
He's right.
Yeah.
And also he says he had like 3 juniors at their last mega practice.
Yeah, at the last practice, there were a couple.
I am telling you, if you include them in these events that you guys do, more will come. I'm telling you.
I'm sorry, guys. Right now, I was totally being biased. I'm forgetting that you guys have teenage boys. My son's 9, so there's no other 9-year-olds up here.
Hey.
There's plenty of teenagers. Teenagers.
I'll pull somebody from my family. We'll find them. And it doesn't have to be 9. It could be 9 to 11, right?
Really, we just need to find a youngster down here for you, Josh. We need to find a southern 9-year-old.
That's it.
That's the beauty of the North versus South. We've got all this time to like set up the matches and hype them up.
Right.
So
we got Todd we got Todd that just got hired as the youth facilitator for North versus South. So
We'll do it. I'll take care of
that. My grandson's thinking about trying it.
No, man. We can't have more little Don Mormons out there.
No more Mormons, huh?
You got to give these kids a chance to grow, Don.
That's so funny.
Yeah.
Just, hey guys, look, I'm gonna say it one more time. Just include this category.
Mhm.
Even if it's one match, just include it. Start there. That's it. Start
Right.
there, include it. I'm telling you, it will build. It
Yeah,
will.
I agree. Yep. We have Benny Ringer in the house saying what's up. Good
What's
to
up, Benny?
have you,
He's
Benny.
feeling stronger too.
That
Oh
boy
yeah,
is
yeah.
strong. That
Here.
boy is strong, man.
We got Corey Van Meter in the house too. What's up,
Oh, I
Corey?
missed that guy.
So
Hey,
that's not the Corey
Kane,
you're
What's up,
talking about,
Corey?
right?
No, no, no,
What-
that's not him.
Super match. Okay. All right.
No.
Kane, you got to help me with that. You got to help me with that, man, because you're Alpha Empire, right? So we need to get the Benny Ringer and Andy Langfeld match going sometime.
Ooh.
You think he's ready for Andy?
No.
Well, here's the thing. It's not about being ready. It's about climbing the ladder. Benny met Andy at the state championship last year. He didn't like what he felt. He's made a lot of adjustments and worked on these things, and he wants this. That's one of his hurdles is Andy. So it's a compliment. You know, he definitely holds Andy at a high regard. But yeah, I think that match would be a really fun match to watch.
Okay.
I haven't felt Andy in a long time, but he
Good.
he looks solid.
Andy's a beast, dude, and he has a super long forearm. He's a beast.
Yeah.
He took me at the UAL, the state one.
Wow.
Well, that doesn't count, Don. You're old.
Hey,
Oh,
I tell all you youngsters, whenever you pull me, just remember when you beat me, you only beat a senior citizen.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be
hey.
I would not be bragging about that.
See, that's
Don-
what I agree with. Well, I'm just trying not to lose to you, Don.
Don's been
pulling. Not to lose.
Don's been pulling since the top roll and the wheel were invented.
That's funny.
Yeah, Corey Van Meter says adopt a single set of rules. He also said, I saw chess blow up after COVID to huge proportions, and the community is still great.
Just to touch on that a little bit, it was kind of interesting what they did for chess because I was following that a little bit, right? So before COVID, I mean, everyone knows about it, but as far as social media, there wasn't this huge presence apart from the main guys and their own little community, right? Two of the things that really kicked things off for them was one, there was a series on Netflix called The Queen's Gambit. Yeah, everyone knows about that, right? So that blew them up.
Show.
And then the second thing which they did, what's really interesting, the pros got really popular YouTubers to where they would train them up to go against each other and then made that into a league. It was really cool to see. So these top pros,
super matches.
Yeah. Imagine like we would train up really top level whoever, like who YouTubers, and then train them to have a match, and then we're documenting the whole journey. And obviously, it's all being done on YouTube and social media, and so those big YouTubers, they're having their audience like look into this, and obviously they're like, oh, okay, the chess is actually an active thing. So that was the second thing they did. It was super interesting. Maybe we got to do that. We just got to train up. I don't know, get into contact with these big names, train them up to compete against each other.
There you go.
I don't think any of this is all for naught. Put it that way.
Yeah, it's all headed the right direction. We just
I almost think that with the way things are going, it's almost like arm wrestling itself. It's going to be a process to get there, but things are different now than what they were then, and it's really
In other words, it's a lot easier to throw it out there just by posting videos, and that type of thing is still, that alone is more than what we had before. Just that alone. And
Right.
let alone all this that we're saying right now, this whole show, that stuff wasn't existent before. And I can only assume anyway that this all will end up growing into something more than what it was. I don't know where it's going to go yet. I don't think anybody really does. And some people don't want it to go anywhere, but I think it's going to go somewhere, whether it's with or without us. Almost at some point, it's going to end up in some way where, like, even like with what I guess, the game of arms probably sparked some interest and got some people's attention and that type of thing. Well, that was your regular TV. That's not your internet or nothing like that so much. And now you got the World Series. He's trying to get these things going to get them to air. And I think that might get, anything that can get aired can help spark more interest and more eyes turning. So if he can get those aired and playing, I think Greg Sharp, I think that too will end up bringing more eyes to the sport, just because it's going to be on the mainstream. Yeah,
Right. Yeah. I love what Greg's doing with this. And to me, it's just a small example currently of where things need to be, it would be nice to see every event that occurs in this country would be a qualifier that ends in a one true nationals for everyone, and just like a ridiculous payouts, like he's doing.
I bet you a lot of people in the mainstream will probably be wondering, where's the Whisperer?
Right. Get
He has changed his sport
Because they'll know who the Whisperer
so
is.
much.
So I think that if I were to guess, we are growing, and that no matter what, this will end up being an organized sport one way or another. I think it's just going to happen one of two ways. Either the community is going to expedite that process and make that happen ourselves in one way or another, or we're just going to keep growing in this segregated way and keep growing and growing and growing until certain intelligent people out there with money that are running productions and stuff or whatever decide, okay, this, we need to take this thing and organize it because there's money there's actual money that could be made from it. So it's and I think that's the slower path, but I think it's going to be inevitable that it becomes one organized unit. Just don't know how long it's going to take for it to be organized in a world sense, but I think it's inevitable that we'll get there nationally.
We've done a 4.5-hour show, guys.
Hell yeah. Ed Bedrosian says, any chess challengers in here?
Yeah, I'll play you, Ed.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll play you.
All right. Super match on the chessboard between Shaildhish and Ed. Matt Silva says chess is for nerds.
Say that to my face, Matt. Say that to my face next practice when I'm eating chicken strips, okay?
I'll bring the board.
Corey Van Meter says, like Leonidas versus Larry, if it was done right, in terms of getting two famous people, I guess, to be trained up and have a big match. Corey has a lot of opinions on this, he says. Matt says, keep the growth with the arm wrestlers. We don't need Netflix or Hulu. What do you guys think?
I think Corey needs to come to practice.
Well, that was Matt Silva that said the last thing about the.
Oh
hula.
yeah.
Yeah. But yeah.
That's all you had to say. It was Matt Silva. So let's move on to the next topic.
You're gonna
Hey,
owe me. You're
we
gonna owe
love
me
you, Matt.
20 and a beer.
He said like Ingen. He'd rather it be like Ingen to grow this beast. Yeah.
No, I love Matt. He's cool.
Yeah.
You know, it's fun too because his troll personality on here on the social media is all on social media. It's not at all what he's like. So it's all for fun, you know.
No, I think we all know that. You meet Matt.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I haven't even met him in person, but I've pretty much got the gist of it.
No, he's great dude.
Yeah. Yeah, the only thing with
but he's a troll. He's a grumpy old troll that lives under the bridge. That's him.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
That's Matt.
The bridges. I'm liking you more, Matt.
Every old troll lives under the bridge.
Hey, Matt is like Guar at a Blink 182 concert. That's Matt. Yeah. I don't know if anybody got that reference. Todd, you know Guar.
He says no, I'm a terrible person. The only thing with letting Netflix or Hulu do something with arm wrestling is they're probably going to do it in a way that makes a lot of non-arm wrestlers more interested than they would be if one of us was to make something.
That's the only thing that I would see for benefit is besides, you know, none of us got to even take pictures or videos of our own matches. We'd like to see them too.
I will tell you this. I mean, so you know how we talk about a guy's on a video and he has a match and then he wants to share it with all his friends, right? He's excited to show them, look, I'm on the video, blah blah blah, whatever. Well, it's kind of like the same time.
Oh, we lost you, Josh.
What?
We lost you for a minute there.
Hold on, my bad. Keep talking. I'm driving through a messed up patch.
Well, I hear you now.
Okay. So I don't even remember what I was saying. Jesus. What was I talking
whatever
about?
you were driving through must have been intense. It scrambled everything, huh?
Yeah. It messed up everything. And that's what happens when you're focused on the road too. I lost my train of thought.
Well, Matt Silva says they're going to shelf it. I don't know if he's talking about the World Series of Arm Wrestling and the whole Tubi thing. I think it's Tubi they're planning on playing it on. He says they're not going to air it. They just want the IP. I don't know. I have faith, Matt. I have faith. We'll see.
Oh, my bad. I remember what I was saying. My bad. So just like the guys want to show off the videos that they're on, when Greg did that World Series last year, when it was called Locked and Loaded, they did an interview with us, you know, after we won, you know, our classes or whatever. And I thought that was like the coolest thing. It made you feel like Don said, you know, we're the entertainment, but we pay to be there. It made you feel like just a little bit more important. It made you feel like you actually were special. Like you know, that athlete.
Is this the Anaheim event?
No. It was
Riverside was the qualifier, and the final was in San Diego. And they had a few at other states too, qualifiers at other states.
It was the Coronado one last year, the same Harley Davidson place. That's the one I'm referring to.
Right.
They did like individual interviews with us. They asked us like, what's your team name? Where are you from? You know, you have a slogan or something you want to say, you know, blah, blah, blah. what class are you in, just a couple of things like that. But it just made you being there and being part of it like something to brag about. It made it like something you wanted to share with everybody and be like, man, they did an interview. It was cool, man. You know, just like the first time I was ever on a podcast, I was pissed, man. I was all excited. I was like, hell yeah, just to be on there. So it's kind of like that. And we're in that phase of the world right now where everybody has the short attention span, the 30-second videos, and they just want to share. So if they can be on a video or be involved in any way, or even in the background, they want to share it and show it, right? So the more that we can, keep on getting people on little things like that, interviews and videos and talking about them and what Shaildhish is doing, and his idea of talking about maybe moving forward, having like showcasing athletes, it's all a pedestal, putting us on that builds us up. And once that confidence is there, then, we present ourselves in a better way and we're received better. So yeah, I just think it's like, there are a ton of really good opportunities with all of this.
Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, Ed says World Series of Arm Wrestling looks like it's going to be aired on Peacock. And
yeah, last I saw it was Peacock, I think.
Yeah, I thought it was Tubi. And for like last year when they were shooting for it, it was like Netflix, I think. And yeah, Matt Silva, I think probably for those reasons is like, yeah, saying no, it won't, and that Hulu shelved it. So we got to consider one thing though. There was a lot of production that was put into Locked and Loaded, and this year's World Series of Arm Wrestling. A lot of expensive camera equipment, a lot of it, people have to run them and everything like that. When there's a lot of money going into that kind of production, it may take time for them to shop and land on a network to use it or whatever, but they're going to be working their asses off to make sure and get something back and land on something for that. So I wouldn't expect nothing to come of that.
I think it always depends on how it's edited.
The post, yeah.
No, of what you're
post production, yeah.
And like he was saying that they were having from the first one, they probably learned from their mistakes from the first one, but they finally got that one hashed out because of this or that kind of content. It's kind of, there's some things that they don't want on there. Who knows if it's foul language or something that's too far gone. I don't know.
It takes time to get productions off the ground and
right.
Sold with a network. They're pitching it to a lot of people. From my perspective, no matter what happens with it, I'm super grateful that someone out there is just gunning for it.
Well,
if they can bring this sport to that platform in a real way with like a real tournament that has a qualifier and a World Series and everything like that. Hell yeah.
First of all, I haven't done a tournament where, I mean, I know it was the final, but where I didn't have an entry fee. I also didn't ever do a tournament where they paid 5 spots.
Right.
Now on the next one, he's talking about paying 8 spots.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty cool. I mean, especially again, I got 4th place, but I won as much money as pretty much about as much as any local tournament, So
for a first place, yeah, you
right.
wouldn't get that much for first place at a lot of the local tournaments. Some even the overalls.
So I had a good time anyway, just because of the competition that was there, and the weight class wasn't small, and I just liked the atmosphere. I liked the atmosphere of the Riverside venue. I mean, that place wasn't really big,
but the whole place was jam packed, and it just had a really exciting atmosphere in it. And so I really enjoyed both the tournaments he put on. I mean, I'm not taking away from other tournaments. I'm just saying I would go to his tournaments again if he put those on like that, whether they were on TV or not.
Right.
So
Absolutely.
the TV thing is kind of a bonus. And yeah, I kind of wish I had footage of my own matches, because again, it's my first year back, and or I'm going into my second now, and I learned from those. You know, I think there's a lot you can learn from watching your own self, of what you're doing on the match, who it's against, especially when it's a loss. You get to see what you did, what they did. What can you do maybe better next time? You know, that kind of stuff. So there's a lot of value there. So, I mean, I think that's the only downfall to it. But if it airs and I get to see some of it, even or any of it, I'd be plenty happy with that.
Absolutely, man.
Yeah.
Yep.
So anyway, are we going to go into next day
5
or what?
hours? What? We're gonna do one of those like Aussie arm wrestler marathons.
Do it. We gotta at least make it
Thanksgiving.
17 more minutes and say Happy Thanksgiving, bro. We could at least do that.
Yeah, let's do a turkey cooking tutorial. We'll cook
Let's do it.
turkey for the next 24 hours.
Yeah.
Hey, just being real, I gotta go. Man, I'm old. I don't know what Don's taking. That creatine's keeping him up. I'm not on creatine. I'm so tired.
No. Listen,
I stood
up,
online.
Listen, what's keeping me up is I'm not doing any flooring right now. Okay.
Oh, that's what I got. I was online at the honey baked ham 2 hours and 20 minutes, man. Just standing online, wrapped around the block.
What?
Wow.
Yeah, dude, to get the ham because I didn't order it.
Oh,
so
man.
I went up there, just showed up, and I was just like, man, 2 hours and 20 minutes.
Ham, is there ham?
What happened?
Is their ham that good?
It's delicious.
Oh,
It's fantastic. All their stuff is good. All their stuff is good. I mean, I would, that one store probably made about $3-4 million today.
Oh my God.
Easily. Because the average, everybody's like, 75, 80, 100, 120, 200, everybody. I mean, that just the time that I went, it was like I showed up at 8:30. It opened up at 7. It was wrapped all the way around. So I told Elijah, okay, let's go get some breakfast. And then he had a therapy session at the recovery lab to prepare for the tournament because they're closed on Thursday and Friday. And so we did that. I took him home so he didn't have to bear through the pain of waiting. I came back. It was exactly the same spot that it was when I first went. So it's just crazy. So I'm tired.
That's yeah.
I'm tired.
I'm tired too, but Josh is like holding us hostage till midnight. What the heck?
That's what. Hey, look at, we can't go 4 hours and 45 minutes without going 5 hours.
Oh man, you are killing.
Hey, Todd, listen. Todd,
I appreciate you coming on, man.
If you gotta go, if you gotta quit, we understand. But let me tell you something: quitters never win, and winners never quit.
I'm from New York, man. We do everything a little bit better. So I'm gonna hang on.
I love it.
I love
it.
Now I know why you're breeding champions over there, Josh. You drive some hard bargains, man. Just
dang, dude.
4 minutes.
Where are we at?
It's
11:46.
Yeah.
All right.
What do you guys?
All right. He says, all right.
Watch,
We got
Josh
more
Josh is gonna cut out now. Like,
Yeah.
I know, huh?
yeah.
They're gonna fall asleep on us.
Shaildhish, what are you doing for Thanksgiving?
I got I got my grandparents here, so we'll just
Nice.
do something here. Um, yeah, it'll be good. What's funny is my entire family is actually, we're all Indian and they're all vegetarian. So in fact, we don't eat any turkey except for me. I'm the only one who doesn't, who's not a vegetarian. So, we always have an interesting Thanksgiving. They're all eating all the vegetarian stuff, and then I've got all the meat to myself,
Perfect.
which is
Yeah,
very
man.
nice.
More gains for you, bro.
Yep. Yep.
That's funny.
By the way, speaking of that, and I don't know if this is true, but apparently Sasha, Sasha
Vegetarian.
Andreev,
Yeah,
he's like a vegan.
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. He's a vegan
Well,
and he's
Alexi Vovoda is a vegetarian. You know that, right?
That's right. That's right. Yeah, so is Vovoda. Yeah. I couldn't do it, man. I could never, man, I could barely go a meal without meat, you know?
Hey, you know what?
So
I bet you if I did it, I could go 165.
I could
'Cause
probably go
I'll
I could
be
probably go
definitely
165
losing weight.
too. I could
Oh,
probably go 165 too
see,
if I did it.
see.
Yeah. Yeah.
You gotta stay out of my class. Stay out of my class.
Yeah.
That's because most of the time I just be staring at it and looking at it.
I told you Josh would bounce. He
dude.
totally bounced.
you see, I saw that. That's messed up. Josh,
Oh,
Josh
there,
sucked.
there he is. Okay. Okay.
Wait, when he comes back.
Your
Ed
class
Yeah, you better come back.
Ed says Todd with the stamina now.
What happened?
Todd with the stamina
Cutting
now.
out?
Worried.
Dude, man.
Am I in here? Can you hear me?
Yeah,
you're
we know
here.
you tried to leave, man. We
You tried
saw
to bail.
See, now I'm not sure if you're doing that on purpose or if it's actually slow.
Oh, yeah, maybe it is.
Were you doing that on purpose? Because that was
Yeah, he's doing that on purpose.
wow.
I did that
No,
on
look-
purpose right then.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Let me go
Did I do it?
inside.
I did it good.
You did it really good. Yeah. It was like a perfect phase out. Yeah. What are you doing for Thanksgiving, Don?
I'm gonna eat some fish and do more flooring.
Fish and flooring.
Yeah.
Duet.
Cool.
You're not you don't have to travel anywhere then?
No, we already did Thanksgiving. We did it last weekend.
Oh,
That's cool.
okay.
Yeah,
All right.
because it's one of those things, where family's going to go this way and that way. So we had everybody come and meet last weekend. So this weekend, everybody's just kind of free. So I'm going to be working on floor, but I'm going to eat some of them crappie I caught first.
All right, man. Heck yeah. Yeah,
I
you
was
guys
going to eat it
want-
tonight, but I didn't want to cook fish while I was on here. So I just threw a pizza in the oven and all that did was give me heartburn.
Yeah, me too. I can't do pizza. Does the
Kane,
same.
how's the snow around this time? Is it usually now or does it come in more in December?
Yeah, we oftentimes get hit by now, but at least a little bit. But yeah, we haven't gotten hit yet. Everyone's saying that we're gonna get another snowmageddon, or is that what they're calling it?
Snowmageddon.
Yeah, man. Last winter was ridiculous.
I remember it.
Yeah.
I remember those pictures. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
remember you being up high looking down at the emblem of your car
Yeah. Yeah.
where it was buried in snow and it was barely showing through the snow, but you were way up above it and you had to it's like you were, I don't know, you were up, it was up on your house pretty good too.
Yeah, we're hoping we don't get another one like that, but if we do, I think we'll be more prepared. We're used to getting snow up here, just not like that. So
But
I was just up there a couple of weeks ago. It was really nice.
Yeah, yeah.
It was really nice because like I have a couple of customers, Southland Carpets and Carpet Barn.
Okay.
And yeah, man. I mean, the temperature up there and the weather was beautiful. I don't know what it is now, but a couple of weeks ago it was really, really nice up there.
Yeah, we're like in the 30s at night right now. Maybe 40s to 50s during the day, mostly the 40s right now. We'll be getting some snow soon. The last few years we've like it's weird. We've gotten snow on Thanksgiving and on Christmas. Those were like our first snow, like legit snows. But yeah, it doesn't normally get real bad until February or something. But yeah,
Oh wow.
yeah, we
That
had
like
houses fully buried, like 100% buried. There's one 93-year-old dude that like I was going to find and help. I was snowed in, so I couldn't drive anywhere. And I heard about this guy that was like a mile or two from me, and
Scared him.
went to go help him because he was living alone, right? And I went to go, I had my GPS working, and I went and I was looking for him. And like I was like looking at it like I'm here, I'm looking around in the woods like everywhere, and there's like no house anywhere.
What?
I must have went in circles for like an hour or two around his house till eventually like it cleared up just enough where I could see like a shingle like popping out of the snow, like a roofing shingle. And
Wow.
went over there, and yeah, just had to dig down and down and down and down and down until finding this guy's door.
Wow.
And he was okay?
Yeah, man, the dude was a badass. He's like a retired contractor. When I finally knocked on his door, he like just came to his door with the walker, like what? Like, what do you want? his daughter's like in her 60s, and she's blowing up our local Facebook groups like, you got to go help my dad, like, he's got no one up there, and he's snowed in. I guess he had like some caretakers in their 60s that would come twice a week to go do things for him. But yeah, the dude was a badass. He was super cool, and the community up here was just insane. When all of our services, they were stuck down the mountain, they couldn't get up to us for a little while. Everyone just really came together. Like by the time I got to this guy, there was people that were coming through with groceries and stuff, responding to his daughter's messages. But yeah, just people were digging people's roofs out, people out of their houses, bringing food, all kinds of stuff. The kind of shit you don't expect to see these days, but like it was pretty cool.
Wow. Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, I had an 84-year-old woman with a massive pine tree. I think it was a cedar, went through her house.
Oh, wow.
Went through a 2-story deck. Actually, it was a 3-story deck. That's what I was called out to fix. But yeah, went through that. Also the roof. A branch went through the roof, through her tongue and groove ceiling. She was just sitting in her living room watching TV by herself, and like this tree just missed her by like 8 feet, maybe.
So do you do lots of different things? Are you a jack of all, or are you a contractor, or what?
So I'm very close to having my contractor's license. All my paperwork has just been pushed through. I've just got to go past that test now. So
Nice.
but I do have a business up here. I've got employees, and have to, since I don't have the contractor's license, I walk a line, have to be somewhat careful. But yeah, I do everything.
Right. Okay.
You haven't
Yeah.
bought any of that flooring yet, though. That's the thing. Open up an account. Open up an account.
Yeah. Okay.
Open up an account, man.
Do you only deal with contractors, or?
I technically am not supposed to deal with contractors, but but you're a friend, you're family, so
Right.
I can get you open, and you know, and you just we just do it. There's ways, you know.
All right, man. Yeah, man.
I get
Yeah.
some really good prices.
Okay. Absolutely. I wouldn't be surprised if I get a bit of that this winter because the scope of our work changes seasonally. So yeah, I've been doing decks and siding and roofs
Oh, I see.
all year, you know. But now we get into the winter, I'll be doing everything inside. I'll be remodeling indoors, doing flooring and stuff like that. So
I can get you samples. I can get you large samples. I can get you handsets, whatever you need. We do.
All right,
We have
man.
baseboard. We have casing. We have crown molding.
Okay.
Yeah. So I mean, it's just I may not be able to service you, but I mean, if there's something you need, I can show you what we got, and you just make a decision. There's nothing, you know.
Right on. Okay. Yeah, absolutely, man.
Can you give me 2,500 square foot worth of samples?
Hey, listen, your family too. 2,500 square feet of anything I can get for you at a very, very decent price. So, for instance, if you went, so friends and families, I could sell to under a different category. But at the end of the day, if you went to a store and you bought retail, you're going to get marked up anywhere from $1 to $2. So 2,500 square feet, $2 a square foot, that's 5,000 extra you'll spend. I can save you. So, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. You can save a lot of money. I'm
Good
the
to
Inland
know.
Empire regional sales manager. So there are things I can do that, you know, to help you out.
Awesome, man.
Yeah.
2 minutes, guys. 2 minutes. Hang in there. 2 minutes.
Is that where it's at?
Yeah.
Josh, what are
We're
you doing
breaking.
for Thanksgiving, Josh?
Oh,
He's going
three
fishing.
turkeys, 3 turkeys, 3 hams,
What?
spinach
Wow.
spinach and Gruyere casserole, cauliflower casserole, honey and balsamic, Brussels sprouts, corned beef and cabbage, stuffing, mashed potatoes, candied yams, 8 pies, dinner rolls, and probably some other things. I think my sister-in-law is bringing some stuff.
Damn, are you trying to
Nice.
go into 240s?
Yeah, what's everyone else
Okay.
gonna eat?
No. So
Having a big party.
I cook for everybody, right? Like that's my thing. So like Thanksgiving, I wait for this all year so I can cook. Like I'm literally gonna start cooking in an hour.
Nice.
And then I'll take a power nap at like 4 a.m. and sleep till like 6:30 and then wake up and finish. You know.
Yes.
Yeah.
Man.
Nice.
But yeah, I mean, we're gonna have like 30 people here, so I mean, I got to make sure
Yeah.
that there's enough for everybody to eat.
And then he's recouping one day and then going fishing with me.
Yeah,
There you go.
exactly. Saturday, we're going in the morning, right?
Yeah. And you
Saturday
said
morning.
if you bring your trout rod and you don't catch any trout, you can just put one of these on and catch one every cast.
Nice.
Hey, I saw some recipe on Instagram where you stick a bare pineapple in the turkey's ass and then you
Oh
cook.
yeah,
Yeah, you like
you're
take the
talking
pineapple skin off.
you're
You just-
talking about the adobada turkey.
Yeah, it's like pico de
What?
no, what El
What?
Paso.
What do you do?
No, what was it? Well,
It's
it's like
adobada.
yeah, it was a little chile was in it, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really good. It's really,
Grind
really
it.
good.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I'm doing one turkey. I'm doing so like real cranberries, like fresh cranberries and mandarin oranges. Like that's what I'll stuff it with.
Wow.
And then one I'm stuffing with some other fruit, probably like plums or something like that. And then the other one I'll do like a herb crusted turkey. So I try to do like each one different. And then like the hams, I do the same way. Like I'll do one like a candied ham. Everybody likes the brown sugar and whatnot. And then I'll do like a rosemary ham with clove and stuff like that. Whatever.
You got all
Nice.
them little ones. You got all them little ones over there. You should prank them like that one video I saw where they put the Cornish hen inside the turkey, and the guy says, "Oh my God, this one was pregnant. And he pulls out this Cornish hen that's and this one
That's
girl
hilarious.
starts falling apart. Oh my God, it was pregnant, you know, and this and that. Oh, it's just hilarious. It's just hilarious.
I already got them all. Like, so the other day, like a bunch of my nephews and nieces were here. So I had like 15 kids at the house. And they were like, my oldest nephew, well, one of my oldest, he's 16. And he was like, hey, let me get some pumpkin pie. I was like, you like pumpkin pie? He said, yeah. I said, all right, well, sit down. So I cut him some sweet potato pie and I gave it to him because I did this to my wife years ago, right? She swore up and down that she didn't like sweet potato pie. And then she ate the pumpkin pie that was amazing until I showed her the box. And then she was like, oh, that wasn't, you know, it's like, whatever. But so they did the same thing. Like all the kids are just eating the pie. Oh my God, it's so delicious. I show them the box and all their mouths drop. Like, what? I just told you I don't like sweet potatoes.
Yeah, you
All right,
said it was
guys.
delicious.
We made it. We made it. 5
Midnight.
hours. Happy Thanksgiving.
Hey, happy Thanksgiving.
Yes.
Happy Thanksgiving,
Happy
guys.
Thanksgiving.
Hey, everybody,
everybody.
hang out now.
Happy
Get out of here. Good
Thanksgiving,
night.
Ed.
See you later.
Yeah, thanks for coming on. Put them up.
Can't believe it, bro. 5 hours? It
5
didn't seem
hours,
like that
baby.
long for me. I was in and out. So thank you guys.
Hey, you guys are now officially Puerto Rican.
Yeah, we got
I
to
love it. I love it. I love. We pulled an all-nighter. Hey, you know what? In some cultures, we owe a dowry right now.
Exactly.
What?
Exactly.
We're
It's
hanging
happy
out past
Thanksgiving.
midnight. It was
Oh,
just
yeah.
a joke. It was a joke. Bad joke. Bad joke. Never mind.
Bad joke.
All right.
Bad joke.
Happy Thanksgiving to you as well, Ed. Happy Thanksgiving to everyone in the chat. Happy Thanksgiving to everybody that tuned in. I hope you all have a good holiday.
Is there anybody in the chat still?
Wait, what?
Is there anybody in the chat still?
Yeah,
man.
Ed's here.
All right, Ed. Happy Thanksgiving.
Everyone, get over to the arm wrestling Praxis. Check it out. Shaildhish is doing
Wrestling
amazing
Praxis.
things. We can all
Thank you,
support
guys.
him, support our brother in arms, and let's
Yep.
get this thing big.
Thank
He's
you guys.
right
Yeah,
here.
I'm gonna link just the Facebook page as well in the chat. You know, that'll be
Perfect.
sort of the main thing for updates. And
Okay.
Todd, next time you bomb Dana White's page, also throw in a link, you know, for this site and just bomb it so he knows.
Yeah, I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll do it for sure.
Yeah.
And we
All
got Jaden Knight Sr. in the house too still. We got Corey Van
Right.
in the house still. Yeah, happy
Way
Thanksgiving.
to hang out with us, guys. Way to hang out with us.
Dude,
Yeah.
and Jaden Sr., are you like in Oklahoma right now? Like 2 hours ahead? Yeah, it's like 2 or 3
Oh,
hours
damn,
ahead of
Jaden.
us right now.
Hey, look at that, dude. I mean,
Damn.
2 or
seriously.
3 a.m.
Us
for
guys
him.
right here, do we actually have lives? I mean, we're sitting here for 5 hours,
Yeah,
and we got people that are listening to us.
that's crazy, dude.
We love you.
Yeah,
All worth it.
awesome.
It's amazing. You guys are awesome.
All right.
Josh, thank
Uh,
you. John, thank you. And Todd, thank you. And
Thank you
absolutely,
too.
Shaildhish,
Todd, good
thank
to see
you.
you.
Thanks, guys.
Hope
A lot
you're
of
doing
fun. Let's do it.